Hello, IQ fat randomers, fuck's sake. Well, isn't that just great? I could have been naked. I wouldn't have been, but I could have been. Amazing work. Start as you mean to finish. Do you know what's great? A necklace has appeared on me since... That must have been frozen for like 15 fucking minutes. It's a great start, yes. Start as you mean to go on. That means we're guaranteed... It's a teacup. I think I found him a teapot. I'm short and also stout. Yeah, it's like a corporate wants you to find the difference between these two pictures. Amazing. This actually happened yesterday in a team meeting for me. So that was good. It's a lot easier to fix in OBS than it is in Teams, turns out. Crazy. The last... Well, technically there'll be an intro on the Looking Forward stream, I suppose, but I might just not do one, just out of respect for intros of the past, you know? God, that's a lot of song requests. Holy shit. One sec, catching up. Is it just all things Frozen? No, it's actually not. Hello, everybody. How are you on this, honestly, kind of gash morning? It is dreary. It's like a bit raining. Not that meeting. Depends on which meeting you think that is. Because if it's the one you think it is, then yes. Dear. Yeah, it's nasty out there. I was going to go for a run and then I just didn't. It's incredibly grey. It's annoying because it's like, it's not super cold. It's just, This is so like, I was going to say it's October coded, but it's actually not. It's more November-y kind of weather. I'm used to October having more of an autumnal vibe with the kind of, the coldness of this, but with like, you know, autumniness feeling, basically, right? Car for repairs, oh dear, yeah, tell me about it. Just got mine back the other day. Luckily, 170 quid. Thank fuck. Because whenever something's going wrong and you know it's the engine or related to the engine, you're like, this could be the end of my life. But sadly, luckily, no. Weather is British. Yeah, I tell you what, the weather today is exactly what people that don't live in Britain think British weather is. As a general rule, basically. New boxing on ice, which is basically... Wait. Oh, I have seen that, yes. I absolutely have. Oh, hang on, is this going to play automatically? Hope not. So basically, it's what hockey wants to be. You know those matches where a fight is happening and a hockey game occasionally breaks out in the middle of it? See, for example, the preseason games between Tampa and Florida. Those were really summit. It's grey as the sea, innit? And the sea is only made greyer. Cracked up on the Model T. Oh, the Model T TDC video. Wild. Pog was like snort laughing. But I'm just thinking back to it now. Absolutely tremendous content. They've been truly smashing it lately. Easily my favorite YouTube channel, and have been for a while, but it feels like every video is just better. I don't know what it is. They're just so incredibly likable and incredibly comedically timed. I don't think I could, even if I didn't give a shit about cars, I think I'd still be able to watch that and still find it funny and enjoyable, to be honest. Ryan Reef Simulator? Will's new car, oh my god. The bit where he goes out on it by himself and he's like nearly crying. It's the most wholesome thing. Speaking of wholesome things, holy shit.
Hi Chatto and Matto. Last stream of this save, sort of sad. Also, I am so fearfully curious about FM26. Am I the only one that feels that way?
No, I think it's a pretty common sentiment. I think it depends. If you're like a really hardcore player, I think you're going to be more concerned, because I think that's where you're really going to have your worries. I think this week, usually, I'm still predicting the beta Monday or Tuesday next week based on just general numbers and how I feel like they'll want as much time as possible to get this right? So with that in mind, that feels to me like this week we will have to have some kind of information about either, I don't know, QOL stuff. QOL stuff is basically what I feel like, that's usually the last thing, because it's not the most interesting of items for most people. It's not likely to sell you many more games than normal, but it's the things that the normal player base cares about, so they tend to tuck those onto the end. So I'm kind of hoping that at some point this week we get a QOL blog post would be fabulous, frankly. Retiring? I'm not retiring, no. Retiring again? Whatever do you mean, Matt? Let's just pretend that 2 years where I didn't make content on all platforms just didn't happen. Twas a mere sabbatical and whatnot. Right, pick up my big face. We've got stuff to do today. 5 code card. No, it's 6. Don't forget, it's 6 bookmarks, right? Do you know what? Imagine if there was just an about turn and they just went, you know what, fine. We had a little bit of time, so we've just made them so that you can custom correct. Oh, how sick would that be? But it is just little things like that would be What I don't want, though, is when that stuff is then inevitably not in it, is for next year to be like, hey, new feature, the thing you had 2 years ago. It's like, no. We don't do that here. 6, I know, they found another one down the side of their SI OFA, which is the sofa, but SI. So just to clarify, this is the last stream of the save proper. I'm probably not going to be here on Thursday for 2 reasons. 1, probably going to be getting the new computer. 2, I want to be able to sim this longer term for the looking forward, and which will be on Sunday, because this save is so dense and has so much shit in it, it's going to take a long time to simulate a decent amount of years to actually have anything interesting to look at. So I want to give it as much chance as possible to do so. So that's basically the plan. And then hopefully, looking forward on Sunday, in theory, beta maybe Monday or Tuesday. We'll see. I haven't actually had the sponsor meeting yet, so I'm just hoping that that can be all sorted out soon, basically. Yeah, no chances this week. I would say 95% certain it's not. I just don't see why it would be, honestly. Like, if I put myself in SI's shoes, I don't know why it would be this week. I don't know why you would give yourself less time to work on polishing stuff out, right? That's the logic I use on it. I feel like in the past it's not been such a big deal because it's been like, it's building on the same foundation, whereas this is entirely new. So if I was them, I would take the full amount of time allotted to get it done. Like, basically, if you don't see anything Thursday, you're not seeing anything till Monday. Are we in the club icons? We definitely aren't, I don't think. Next Tuesday. Yeah, I think Monday or Tuesday next week is most likely. I mean, it can't be any later than that. Like, I'd much rather it, honestly, if it takes a couple of days and it means it gets a slightly better game, then fuck it, why not? I mean, not that you're going to do anything dramatic in that time. The alpha videos before then. Which alpha videos? Because we haven't really seen anything video-wise from the studio outside of, like, the stuff to do with tactics and things. $400k playtest hours. Yes, but it's also an overload of crap that you're never going to be able to work through and could end up tainting the opinion of the game in the media and the player base. Like, just seems like a strange thing to do while the game is still technically in pre-order at that point. Sunday stream for accident releases. Then we move things up a little bit, basically. Have they still not shown anything of regen faces? I know there was like a couple of like random screenshots from before. Oh, that was 25, wasn't it? Perhaps where there was regen faces visible, or was there? No, really none at all. That is weird. But what I would say is, how often have you seen regen faces in promotional material for previous FMs? I realise that they weren't as forefront and centre, but I actually feel like you rarely see them in those because they're obviously trying to show off licenses, which sort of, by definition, doesn't include regens. I would say, anyway. Test it out, that sort of thing anymore. If it is, I've not personally been asked to do anything like that, and as far as I know, because I do talk to other content creators, may it not seem as though I have, that isn't a thing at the moment, as far as I'm aware. Obviously, if it was actively happening, I'd still be under NDA for it, but I can promise you I'm not. I suspect that in a normal cycle that would make sense to do so, but I suspect with things like 26 is a bit of a different... It's a very different ball game, 26, because it is a brand new everything in a way. So I suspect that giving it to people like us would be tantamount to not that useful for them, I suppose. Although, we are at least experienced, I guess. Well, I mean, this is very true, but I'm just saying that, like, it's one of those things where I think I'd be more or less... If I was, I probably wouldn't have just acknowledged that message in chat. I would have probably just got on with talking about something else, you know what I mean? I wouldn't have drawn attention to it, I guess, One region Scott cried about. Oh, okay. Jesus Christ. Falling back in love. 24, Steve, is probably the perfect FM game to fall back in love with, frankly. Who requested this? Amazing work. So, have you pre-ordered it, Steve, for 26, or are you going to wait until... Because I would honestly argue that the best thing you can do probably is just wait, see what it comes out looking like, and go from there, basically. Sells the game to new players. No, it absolutely isn't going to sell the game to new players. It's more of a case... Basically, with the regen faces, in truth, as long as... Right. I don't think... These are... They're not awful. They're not good. Maybe I've just got Stockholm Syndrome, but they're not horrendous. As long as they don't look worse than what we currently have, I don't really see it being an issue, basically. ! Beta It is a bit Stockholm Syndrome. Maybe it's just because I got so used to seeing the Nugan ones and kind of went from there. But that's the issue. The reason that the new gen faces got worse was because they had to basically mimic the faces that you were seeing in game, which is stupid in a way because they don't... You don't see the damn faces, is my point. Like, I'd rather they just look good, because the only time you ever actually see them properly is in those menus. So I was just messing with you, Plo. Basically, there's no information at the moment, and there probably won't be. It's one of those things where they don't really tell you until it's like, you don't really get a warning. They just kind of go, usually they'll do a tweet that'll be like pushing the button or something. Fine, I'll just promise to sell them at the end of the season. That'll kind of, it's a menu game, exactly, yeah. And I don't foresee any way, even with the changes they're making to it in theory, that it will become less of a menu game, because ultimately there's only so many things you could control in a match anyway, and I don't think they're adding anything new that I mean, what else can you do as a manager? We can't even shout at them anymore, chat. I don't even have the placebo of being able to yell at my players anymore. What kind of life is that? Fanatical discount actually applies, as far as I know, past the opening release Human Aliens, so please don't feel the need to, like, firstly, please don't feel the need to use my code anyway. Please don't feel the need to, like, rush a purchase or whatever. But yes, as far as I know, that does exist. I think it just exists all year, honestly. The code, it might change slightly. Chat encouraged them instantly pissed off. I'm afraid not. And apparently that wasn't really doing anything anyway. From what I've heard, it was just like a complete placebo effect. But do you know what? I felt like it did something. Also, Binder this season. He's still got double digits in both categories. How has bro managed that? Did you just look up a Spotify track, Bay? Come on now. I expect better from you there, bud. You have reverse donned it. You've nodded it. Back post, innit? I am going to miss it. I guess my question then is, does that mean I might have to actually change and pay attention to tactics in matches? Because, like, if I'm not pressing shout every 10 minutes, and if chat aren't shouting shout every 10 minutes in a major final, what are we going to be doing with ourselves? It's quite a passive experience, isn't it? Might as well sit in the stands. Can't call him a bell piece. Well, you can, but no one will hear it. Hey, sometimes if you yell into the void yells back, right? Maybe that lad shouts back. I want my player to be able to tell me to go screw myself. That's what I need. Right, what we got? Denny is... There is a chance that he might actually be available for our quarterfinal. Whoever we're playing in said quarterfinal. Am I going to have to get rid of some of these guys here? Yeah, Jonty's out. Valverde's out. I'll get rid of Menno and Greet Boost and then bring them back in again for I'm excited about the... I am tremendously excited about In and Out of Possession. I actually think that tactics content this year could be genuinely fun to do. Now, obviously, your first stop on any tactics concept journey should, of course, be with our good friend, Mr. Aaron DF Tactics. But, you know, I do that stuff too. Spend too much time focusing on tactics. You're probably right. Like, let's be clear. That first Slavia stream that we're going to do, whenever that is most likely, I don't know, I mean, if it comes out Tuesday, it might be the evening, so it could even be Thursday. Whenever that is going to be, largely is just going to be us all sit there going, what does any of this mean? And it's good. I actually quite like the fact that it's sort of like it's, you know, like when games do like an ELO reset or like a rank reset at the end of like a season or something, and everyone kind of has to reapply their rank a little bit in like competitive mode. It's like that in a way. It's sort of grounded us a little bit again. Everyone's kind of moved back down to a certain level. Now, I feel like a lot of the logic will still apply. So I'd be amazed. Dota 2 patch notes. Yes. Exactly. Hello, Hazard. Last stream of the save. Not one press the continue button. Well, there will be probably, because we'll be in pre-season most likely with Slavia, won't we? So we'll be doing some recruitment and stuff as well, because I'll be trying to figure out how the hell that's supposed to work. Ironically, the best case for me would actually be a Monday one, where it drops Monday evening. That gives me a chance to play it on Monday evening, learn the basics, and then go into Tuesday's stream without, like, being completely green, you know? I mean, I feel like, despite the new UI being very different by the looks of things, I suspect that there's still going to be a lot of muscle memory of stuff, right? Not at regular time. I don't know. Basically. I'll play it by ear. If it's not... If basically Monday night comes and passes without it being out, that means that it's not going to be dropping on Tuesday until likely the evening, because it's usually like a sort of 6 p.m. kind of thing. So what I'll probably do is we'll do a one-off stream with something random that I choose. Just for the absolute memes. I'll find the memest thing possible, basically. Oh, I'll have to refund your points there, Bagpuss. My apologies. I still haven't fixed that. That'll be a task for 26, eh? Oh, imagine if it's just before. Actually, fair. That would be kind of good. Means I'll be one of the first people that's actually streaming it, in a way. Not that I think that really matters too much. I've never been one to the idea on things like streams that it's like the first, doing it first is particularly important. Videos is a bit more important, but I still think it's about quality more than anything else. So then you might wonder, well, why aren't your videos good then? Or existing? We could Cape Town Spurs it. See, look, I just felt nice shouting there. That was good. Yeah, I think I'm just hoping that it at least now allows more variation in tactical styles. Like, I want to be able to lump it in non-league. I want to be able to do a bit of... Oh, for God's sake. We really... It feels like every goal we concede in the league is literally a headed from a corner. I might have to check our corner defense stats after this game, because it does feel like that is the only way we can see goals domestically. And I guess there's worse things to have, but maybe I could do something about that. I would like to try like a essentially Octo-Trek, but reversed in both senses. So it's Octo-Trek in possession, or Octo free roll, because we're boring now. And the opposite of that, Oppo-Trek, perhaps. Factor versus yellow card, in many ways, yes. Is this Crazy Train with bagpipes? Yes, it is. Okay. Didn't know I needed that in my life, and yet my life is somewhat enriched because of it. Pleasing. Oh, go on, Nicholas. That always looked like it was going nowhere. Octo Libero. I mean, what is even a Libero anymore? Is it like... Is there a name for it now? Is it like a creative... Lots of nonsense centre-back? Because obviously all the names have been like de-Italianified, haven't they? Because this season has been nothing but pain, quite literally, in terms of injuries. We just cannot seem to have a healthy squad for any period of time. In fact, not even any period of time. I don't think there's been a single point this season where we've actually had every player that I would want in my first 11 actually available for a game. Not once. Because we had Greet Boost out. We had... not that he's a starter, but still. We've had Anderson out with his broken leg. Is it actually called an advanced centre-back? Okay. Right, yell at the lads. I hope I'll still be able to yell at them at half-time, at least. It's like, stop making me feel impotent. Loses the ball, but does flap his hands around and blames his teammates for it as well. Mingus Mite, thank you for the follow.
I open my own...
I would quite like that. Oh, did they actually show a proper one? Right, 1 second. You've seen one of the Champions League. Well, I mean, if only I could put Sven in there. So... right, yeah, okay, so... Did they actually show the roles? Oh, I see. So, yeah. Line-holding goalkeeper. Interesting, okay. So basically, anyone else struggling to see the difference between that and that? Because surely a goalkeeper pretty much isn't going to do that either. Line dancing goalkeeper, now we're talking. Isn't that just a goalkeeper? Yeah, whose line? I'm guessing the line of the penalty area, right? So I'm assuming it's this. Advanced CB. Overlapping? Ball playing, stopping, covering. These are just different roles of the same thing. Because obviously there's no like duties anymore, so they've had to essentially expand the roles to cover the duties. Holding fullback, inside, inverted, pressing fullback. Okay, fair enough. So it's most of the same kind of terminology on every single role, generally speaking. I love that deep line playmaker still remains in there, but not... Oh no, you wouldn't have an advanced playmaker in there, would you? Of course, screening DM. A lot of these are just renamed roles. Pressing CM, I like that. A screaming DM, now we're talking. Just hearing her pass with his like 10,000 RPM engine. Amazing. More confusing. Yeah, I think it's one of those things where it's only probably confusing because we are so used to having the names that we do, right? Free roll, that's my Trekkie boy, right? He disrupts the space. Jack, you've got competition, buddy. Half play. Ah! Jesus Christ. Jump scare there. Tracking wingers, outlet wingers. Does not engage in defense. Ah, the Willian role. Love it. Half space winger. That feels a bit ramdoity. Potentially. Maybe it's just because the word space is in there. Central. This here sounds like a lower league Australian team. Do you know what I mean? You've signed a guy called Mark McCarthy. He's half Greek, half Australian, and he plays for Central Outlet CF. 100%. They've got like 7 youth recruitment, but occasionally they'll produce an absolute gem. And he remains high. So that's how you know he's going to be good. It's so hard to say until we try it. It's an electrician's instructions in it. It's pat testing. What about the evening games? Good point. Can he do it on a cold, windy night? Oh, go on. Slipping through. Binder. Oh, dear. Nope, we're not winning this game, sadly. Remains like, yeah, it only works in the Eredivisie. We're a bit unlucky here, actually. I like that we were capable of absolutely clubbing teams like, well, Real Madrid, but Marseille. Oh, no, don't be silly. Oh, cool. Yeah, amazing. Well, this is proper like after the Lord Mayor's show. Oh, wait. Oh, I thought they went in. Well, damn. Okay, probably should make some subs now. We're only a goal down, I suppose. Just one good little moment. That's all I ask of you. The Tooch monster. God, we could do with Dennis back so bad. Am I really going to have to do... Nah, I'd rather just leave him on, honestly. We got Habila. We can maybe do Nuno a little run. Even though he's not impressed me a great deal. Matsuoka. Maybe we'll get Plam and Yurikov on. Particularly as we're going to have to start Plamen in the Champions League anyway, because Matsuoka's suspended for our first leg against unknown opponent. We're actually still only 2 points above Stade Rennais, which is crazy to me. Well, it knows that it's the last time we're really going to be focusing on the match engine, so it's like, you know what, I'm going to give them the send-off of dreams. Although Monaco are actually losing, which is helping at least. Like, can we just get a draw, lads? Show me something here. Oh, that's nice. Ooh, that was a nice little loopy-hoopy cross there. Right, come on, Federico. You've got to be very important now. That's never a penalty. It shouldn't be a penalty. God, I really hope that we stop seeing penalties like this in 26. These random... Oh, as if. Come on now. It's just... They're so not fouls. It's such a bad bit of 3D match engine design that these are even called as penalties. I mean, he scored and we'll take the point, but like, my lord. He did. He pushed the button, and that button was for violence. A late win would be lovely. A draw's better than now, I guess. And it is Marseille. They're a good team. And I think they're actually one of the teams who are in direct competition. Well, we were. I think what it just needs is a better collision system. Or... I don't even... Oh, please not too far... Oh, wait. Where's the guy on the edge of the box? Oh, please no. Please no. You have got to be joking. 2 corner goals. One of which is one of those ones where for some reason no one goes to the edge of the box. Love it. Awesome. Really like that. Thanks, FM. I love the way it deflects off of the guy that should have been at the edge of the box as well. Immense. Oh, that's really annoying. Trying outside, taking a fresh hit. It's true. Not sound of a very shrewd person. Leaf, have you considered that I might in fact be a low IQ fat randomer? I'm just saying. Did you take that into account before you typed that? I love that this has become a new copy pasta. If nothing else, we have that to thank for that person. It was a late win, Steve. You were correct, just not the correct way. That's get a real job too. Now that, to be fair, that I can agree with, frankly. Like, even in the greatest of insults, there is always a grain of truth, and there was definitely one in there, I must say. I need to get a real job like my Pog, who today is on the boats again, on a little tiny boat this time that doesn't have an indoor cabin. So she's got her crew neck jumper, her big fleece, and a jacket over the top of that. And now she's got an Environment Agency hat as well. It's not quite cold enough for hat season yet, because I want to be able to wear my beanie that Pog got me for my birthday that I haven't actually been able to wear outside yet because it's not been cold enough. Ah, dear. Oh, no, honestly, Levy, I went for a run that morning on Saturday, came back and just randomly just thought I'd look on Discord while I was waiting for my hair to, like, settle with the sea salt spray, like you needed that context. And loaded Discord, and there was just like,
Step
you
1,
have 32
be aggressively
like,
against woman
no.
football. Step 2, tell people to chill out upon getting any pushback. Step 3, press the eject button on a not shrewd fat randomer.
That's me. Formerly shrewd fat randomer. Don't thank you for the 100 bits. It was just so strange. The thing is, this same person had left a couple of messages in that channel that seemed normal but had a weird tone to them as well. Which I immediately sort of set my hackles up a little bit. And I went, okay, we'll just see where we're going with this. And then obviously there was that random outburst. The thing is, it was complete... Whoa, what a dub. Parish FC have scored 5 goals in a game. They'd only scored 11 goals in their first 25 games this season. They just scored 5 in one game. And now are only 1 behind Montpellier. It is, Andrew, in the flesh. You'd love to see it. Sazmaz, thank you for the 37 months. Oh, is this one of the long-term gifted sub things that Penny did? That was so cool.
37 flipping months.
Yeah,
Thanks to
Montpellier were
Benikage for
bad.
this sub.
Wasn't it versus? Yeah, it was versus Montpellier, who are actually sliding like no. I told you, I reckon they're the worst team in the league. I think there's a chance that Paris FC actually finish above them. Oh, after all that, it's actually Red Star that are the worst team in the league, and Patrick Mbappé's is still popping left and right. It's what he does. It's between them. They had only scored 23 goals this season, and they combined for 9 goals in one game. They scored a third of their entire season's goals in a single match. Yeah, Troyes are a little bit unfortunate, actually. I think Paris must have restarted the save. They've just come back. They have at least started outscoring PSG's defence, though. We've only conceded 23, you know. But kind of miserly. We're just maybe not as scory as we've been in the past. No, not yet, Andrew. I actually set up score reminders for that game and for the Angola-Cameroon game, because ironically, even if they'd drawn that game, they would have gone through, right? Because Cameroon couldn't beat Angola. Emmanuel Dala's boys doing us a big favour there. Shout out to Cape Verde, though. It's cool to see them in the World Cup. They came close several years ago, didn't they? And not the last World Cup, I don't think. It was the one before. I think they were quite close to qualifying for that too. And didn't they lose a playoff game back when there was less teams in it? So that's it. Curacao on the way as well, which is dope. Not there yet, obviously. What's going to look? Corners defended. Conceded from corners. 7. We have the second worst defensive record from corners. So we've conceded 23 goals this season. 7 of them have been from nearly 30... Like 30% of our goals this season have come from corners conceded. The problem is, our set-piece defence... Do I just add a second guy there naturally and just hope for the best? I'm tempted, you know, to put a second edge of area guy and just kind of go from there. Because something's not working. Cambridge Hearth last night. Love to see it. I'm thinking about doing that too, actually, Paul. Because it's March, isn't it? So it's around my birthday kind of time, which will give me plenty of time to train for it. Maybe I could use that as a one of going sub 2 hours finally. That'd be fun. 8th of March. Literally the day after my birthday, actually. Christ. What a weekend that'd be. So I presume that means my birthday must be on a Friday this year. No. I swear my birthday was on a Friday. Oh, is it Sunday, isn't it? Tuesday 4, I'm going to keep 1. The reason I do that is because I like doing counterattacks. I find that we do tend to score quite a decent amount of goals from counterattacks of other people's corners. They've given me all my scouts back. All of our coaching staff back again. They randomly took away loads of our scouts. Oh, that's a good week then. So, Saturday birthday, you love it. It only happens, you know, every couple of years. A Saturday birthday, that's nice. I mean, a Friday birthday is pretty good as well, to be fair. There and back, but he would. I need to run around me going like this. Because obviously. Kaka! Thank you for the 46 months. Collecting dust.
I've made the difficult decision to sell my vacuum cleaner. Well, it was just collecting dust.
Trying to get McSauce. I know. It's like they don't understand. To be fair, they haven't tried to get rid of McTominay for a few days. Although maybe that day where they tried to get rid of him 3 times is kind of papering over the cracks a little bit. And in fact, they are just waiting for another opportunity. DeMarco is going to be very important now because he's going to have to play the rest of this season most likely. God, he's... Tell you what, if we had like 3 or 4 more seasons, Francesco DeMarco very well could be the guy that would have turned into the player we wanted. Mexican-Belize player. It does feel like... I think it's just because Belize is so small that the likelihood is very unlikely still, but that is very fun. Is he any good, though? Wrongful termination law. I mean, they were able to terminate... They were able to deal with the previous 3. I think it's 3 times that he's been sacked from the club. In fairness to him, he does always find a job when he gets sacked from us. It seems to be that he joins Sochaux then is inevitably let go by the board for whatever reason. And at that point, he's able to find another job. But the moment he's let go from that job, he can't find another job until we employ him again for a little bit. It's like he runs out of batteries and has to come back to Sochaux to recharge for a little bit because he's actually a robot. Klanishek's injured. Fractured wrist getting tackled. Sorry, where were they tackling you, Matic? Okay. No, nothing yet, Andrew. Basically, all that's happened is we've, conceded 2 goals against Marseille and lost two corners. Usual stuff. We're still waiting for our Champions League draw as well. We've actually got quite a few games to get through. Hopefully, even more games to get through because there'll be a semi-final and final in there too. I haven't updated it. I think basically what I'm going to do, Camrade, is just keep this one on 10. I know that it loses its security updates, but I think there's another way that you can get some kind of like framework updates, right? Because this is going to become Pog's PC soon, and then obviously the new one, I'll just get a Windows 11 key as part of that, basically. Lost to corners, blame Harv. Well, I mean, we might be raiding Harv later, remember, if he remembers to stream today. I'm a man of my word. The only time I find out, actually, I've never actually upgraded Windows on a PC before. I always just end up getting the newest version when I buy another PC, and it just seems to happen to like be exactly in line with each new release of Windows, or rather the lack of support for the previous version. So I'm pretty certain they stopped supporting whatever the fuck the one before this was on my previous PC right as I got this one. 3 past it. There you go. Pog taking over. Maybe, yeah. She can do it on the river. Champions League draw today. So we should be playing Inter, right? Which means we're going to play against Jaleel Lawrence and the boys. Let's go. Time empty space. Yeah, it's going to take me a while to get used to. Because there's been loads of new UIs to get used to, isn't it? I'm more concerned about being able to port across all of my like stream stuff and settings from my different apps, the way that they all work interchangeably, like voice meter and all that kind of jazz. It's going to be a full day of like just admin, which is a little bit concerning. But we move. Recruit any mods? Yeah, I'm hoping that maybe your boy gets the pleasure of being one of those. Is it going to be Koke again? No, Danny Olmo is the host today. They got rid of Koke. Makes you wonder if they change the hosts every time you restart your PC. OBS transfer is fine, but it's not... Does that actually transfer more than your settings, though? That's the thing, because that seemed to create the impression that... I didn't actually watch it yet, so forgive me. It seemed to create the impression it was only your settings it was moving over, not actually your entire OBS layout with all the graphics and videos and all that sort of stuff that actually goes with it, because that's what I'm concerned about. The settings is just a case of copy and paste for the most part. All your scenes... Oh, really? Okay, that would be useful then. Because the thing is, they're all in different places spread across the PC. Some of it's hosted up on the internet anyway, like the Streamlabs stuff is actually hosted on their site, so that's not going to be an issue. Nothing really yet, Jesse. We're about to get our Champions League draw. Wait, I want that one. I want that one. I want that one. I mean, we know that it's Inter, I think. Can you fix the Swedish national team? No. Nobody's fixing that. Have they lost to Kosovo twice now? Yeah, there we go. So if we got through, we'd play, I think, the winner of Leipzig and City. Store it in one place. Yes, I know. Look at me being super organized. I'll tell you what, right before I do that, I'll actually show you my desktop. You'd be horrified at how my desktop looks. It is just icons on both screens. It's horrendous. Hardware problem. Oh, really? So I don't even have a Bluetooth card in this PC, which is something I'm really looking forward to getting in the next one, is actually have the ability to have Bluetooth and a Wi-Fi card too. So I can actually plug a controller into it without having to use the... we already know what we're doing there. It'll be Man City or Leipzig, right? Actually, that's the case. International... Oh, it's the March. I thought there was another international break that was going to screw us. I mean, Matsuoka won't be eligible for the first... we got the home game first. I don't know how much I like that or not. No need for cards. Shows you how long it's been, Gordo, since I actually built a PC. So this motherboard doesn't have any of that stuff built into it. It would have required separate cards. So that's going to be a nice change. Right, I've had coffee. Now it's time for energy drink. My medication doesn't arrive for a few days. Man's got to do what a man's got to do. Right. Oh, that is wet. It is, like, moist in here today. And not just from our beautiful football. Le Parcelet? Did it actually do it? It did. Sick. Well, that'll be something that I have to worry about a little bit less then. Because Pog and I have genuinely been enjoying some couch co-op gaming lately. Isn't wet water? Oh, it can be, though. Don't start this again. Last stream was 26. It's the last stream of this save, properly. We'll obviously be doing the looking forward, which will most likely be Sunday. Just to give me a chance to actually... I want to get us, like, you know, a good 50 years of actual stuff to look at, rather than... Because if I was to just sim this overnight one night, we'd probably only get about 5 or 6 seasons, because it is going to be slow as balls. Particularly as I might turn a few leagues back on again for the looking forward part. Everything seems to be just falling into place at the moment, which is cool. Me, it's drama. Don't know about that, Sab. We got Inter, Steve. And then I believe the winner of that, if we were to beat them. Sorry, no, when we beat them, it'll be PSG or... No, Man City or Leipzig. Are we the last French side left in? This is quite a cool little... Tell you what. This is a really fun set of quarterfinals. If you take out, like, City and Napoli... That's a fun little set of teams. There's no Barca, no Real, no big English sides other than City. And City are kind of mid these days. They've been in the Europa League the last few years. Loads of Italians. Like 3 Italian teams in the quarterfinals is crazy. How to pop out chat? Yeah, so there's a little thing at the top corner. I think, anyway. Hardcore adulting. Never heard of it. Monday, Tuesday. Yeah, that's my prediction, suspect. That's kind of been my prediction all along. I was saying Monday, but I think there's a chance that Tuesday could also still be within that window. Which is fine. Put it this way, I just don't see it. I think that there's still likely to be more things that they haven't put out publicity for, and I suspect that'll be this week. Think you'll retire? That's really a question of media literacy, Steve. I think at a certain point, there's only so much of that can be blamed on me. And in another point, maybe that's on purpose. Welcome to the content game. That's why every single video is now, I tried this and you won't believe what happened. Yeah, Banan are doing crazy stuff as well, because didn't South Africa draw with Zimbabwe? But Roy, no, the thing is, we kind of knew this had to be the last season. The second that Sven announced he was going to retire, we knew that that was it. Budget time. Ooh. Bad times. I hate budgeting. That's why I end up in debt. So we're starting off in the beta with a Slavia Prague save, just to kind of learn our get our water legs underneath us, so to speak. Don't know why I would say it like that, but I have now, so accept it. For the beta period, and then after that we're going to be launching into, provided there's no like giant issues with the game, a building a nation in Poland with Wisła Krakow, which I'm very, very excited about. Yeah, I think there's probably going to be some press release stuff this week, which makes me think that they wouldn't do that and then just dump the beta straight out immediately. I think it has to be early next week. That's true. Sven will return because he'll be managing the women's team next time. I'm so excited for Poland. Like, absolutely buzzing for it. Particularly as I know that the Polish fans as well are just really, really cool. Like, I think that in terms of like countries building a nation, I don't think anyone was as excited about it as the Poles were when I did the Polonia one back in the day. It was on like blogs and stuff, in Polish football blogs. It was so cool. And everyone was so lovely about it. So hopefully we get that same kind of vibe again. Ah, Axel Alvarez, right. So it's Inter is... Oh no, we got PSG. Oh, we got Asia till Inter. Yes. As long as you order it from the right place, George, you'll get beta. There are some places where you can get it a little bit cheaper, but it doesn't come with early access because they're usually like grey keys. But most of the third-party licensed retailers, it will say that it will literally say like early access included. I imagine they have too. Imagine that was a massive oversight. They just didn't bother. No, we were talking about this earlier, Hadrian. Watch them be absolutely appalling. Poland is just... I think I'm more excited for Poland and building a nation than I've ever been for any other save, honestly. And I was excited for Malta, but I was it was trepidatious because I knew that it was going to be a crazy long challenge and there was a lot of stuff that could go wrong with it. Whereas Poland, it feels like we're actually in pretty safe hands as far as the game goes. Beat Rwanda and hope Nigeria beat Benin, which they could do. Like, Nigeria have been absolutely, and I hate to say this because Fulham have got some cracking Nigerian players and they seem to get more and more of them now, but they've been really letting the side down in qualifying right now. Because Nigeria can't even qualify anymore, can they? Or is there an outside chance they could get the playoff spot? Also, one thing that has gone under the radar is the performance of Niger in World Cup qualifying. They're in with a very good chance of getting into the second place thingy. In fact, they currently occupy, I think, third place in the best placed second place teams. But there's other games to play still that could knock them down from that because of goal difference and things. But shout out to Niger, not a nation you would really associate with like crazy amounts of footballing success. But it's really cool because I can't name a single Nigerian player. But maybe that just says that I don't know ball. Which is true, I absolutely don't. Right. Axel Alvarez up. Where did he get injured? Oh, it was rehab, okay. Noah's a pain. I might just put Milicic on the... Oh, Dennis, he's getting there. He's third place in the second place. Yeah, it's a bit of a convoluted one, isn't it? I like that a load of you have just gone onto the Niger wiki page and have now just been learning names of players. So you think you can trump me on this? You cannot. You can't pretend. Do not wear the hat as if you have the knowledge. He's from Chad. Oh, it's nice to see someone else's petard get hoisted for once. Mine remains firmly grounded. Norway in the World Cup. Honestly, I think they'll do pretty well. It feels like they've been like building up to this for a while. Like they've underperformed for several years despite having some genuinely world-class talent. But it feels like a lot of those players are maturing into the players that they can be. And they've got some absolute ballers coming through beneath them. People like Sheldrup. And, I don't know if Sverre Holstead Nipan is actually in the squad. Yeah, I think he's probably too young for that. But he feels like another absolute monster for the future. As you said, okay, so that's probably not going to happen, is it? Yeah, it's basically, George, just like it's almost impossible to not do that just because thing is, the great thing that's going to shake that muscle memory is going to be the new game because it'll probably work completely differently. Imagine the actual team talk menu is identical. And like, everything else is different in the UI except that. Did Nipan get called up? Fair. No, I'm excited about what Norway's future holds. Last week we heard from 24? No. Because we'll be doing the looking forward stream on probably Sunday. And then if there isn't a beta by Tuesday, then I'll have to think of something else to do there. Tucci drops it across and it's not a tapping. Squad versus New Zealand. Oh, fair. Is that a friendly? Of course it's a friendly. What the hell else would it be, Matt? Yeah, it's actually a playoff. South America for a day. Maybe. Crack out my Chapecoense save. Beta. If I was going to stream anything, it would be Mega Bonk. And I'd finally be able to do it because it would run on my new PC probably. Well, not probably. It better fucking run. No Met Salas. The link in chat will technically be there the entire time, Steve. So I actually only had to switch it over. So the one I had in chat before was actually the one for 24, which basically remained the entire time. The discount may fluctuate, as it's not always as much as that, but there will always be some kind of discount, basically. And like I said earlier, please don't feel any need to like buy it specifically through me. Just get yourself the best deal. That's the most important thing. And make sure that you check regional pricing on things as well. So make sure that you are getting the best deal. World Cup save before the beta. It's one of these things where just like the beta itself, if I need to pick out a save for one day, something random will come into my head and that will be the thing and then I will be unable to be moved off of it, basically. When I figure out the thing I want to do, I am almost unswayable on what that thing is, even if it is the dumbest reason imaginable. Hence the Slavia save, right? Sorry, Fry once again. It's also trust. I'm not very trustworthy, Steve, you know? There's a name for that. Is it pathological defiance disorder? Is it pathological my camera's frozen disorder? Let's see. ADHD. I know. And it's almost like I was diagnosed with it yesterday. So there we go. Oh. Do you want to picture before? So basically, Saz, my plan is tentatively that obviously if the game comes out on the on the 4th, that officially the save could start as soon as the 7th, which I believe is that weekend. Let me just check. Or is it the 9th? No, sorry, it's the 9th. So I'm saying tentatively the 7th of November, but we might occasionally... Say we run into an issue. For now, let's just say that it's the 7th of November. for that. But it might be extended depending on if there's a couple of things we need to figure out, or if there's a major issue with the game that means we have to just push a little bit further to get like a patch or something. So let's just say 7th of November for the time being. Yes, I was, Steve, yeah. I had my assessment thingy yesterday. And to the surprise of nobody, they were like, yeah. What? Oh, wow. That's a really unusual offside, actually. We don't see this very often. Frustrating. But, yeah. So that was... While it was a relief, it was also... Oh, my God, now. Wait, did that get... We are having no luck at all in the league. It was quite emotional afterwards, actually. I didn't realise that I would feel that way about it, but I don't know. Makes you think like, oh shit, could I have done other stuff? Like, would I have been more successful in life if I had been diagnosed earlier, or should I just be happy that I better late than never type of thing, right? Hello, medical car. How's it going, friend? Ooh, do you know what? This energy drink that Pog likes is growing on me a little bit. I prefer the other flavour still, but this one is peach nectarine. It's not too bad, actually. It's still not as good as my Kiwi boys, but it's not too bad. Do I get a blue badge? Genuinely was my first question to Pog when we went out to get a coffee yesterday. I was like, can I park then? I don't believe so. No. Right. Time to move forward. Agreed. But I've got a prescription that's coming in the post. So I'm in titration now, and I've got to do that for 6 weeks because my the person who's in charge of my care is basically on leave, so they're doing 6 weeks instead of 4. So yeah, we'll see how that goes. Hopefully, I mean, it can't make me any worse, is the way I look at it, right? And to be honest, what better? You have got to be joking. On CD keys, true, but as far as I know, that doesn't include beta, and that has no guarantee that the code isn't actually stolen, as far as I know. But hey, buy from whoever you like, right? I'm not your dad. Tristan's had a terrible day and now he's injured. This is going to be, yeah. But overall, I forgot. Yeah, a little bit. She basically had to tell me to stop giving such long answers, and to just be a bit more literally was like, I need you to be more succinct. I just thought it was a casual chat where they were trying to pick up on the things I was saying. So like, the questions were very obviously like leaning in certain ways, but I was just not expected to be so like, I need you to like be very clear with your answers here. I was like, well, stop asking such vague questions then. Be a bit more extinct, like the dodo, baby. Fiona! Dazland, thank you for the follow. There we say goodbye to France. It's true. France is being exploded today. It's the sad times. Fanatical, oh shit. Oh, it's just not happening for us today, is it? My God. Fanatical is the one the company I've partnered with for this, but there are several different options. 2Game used to do it as well, I believe. But as far as I know, but always with these things, do check regional pricing. Because there is some situations where it might still be cheaper to not get it through there, but for the most part, it should be the cheapest. Right. Yeah, no, we're just getting absolutely smoked in the league at the moment. This would be 2 games in a row where we've absolutely battered a team. Well, not battered a team. Been massively better than our opponents and still not got anything from it. God, that's disappointing, man. Tucci's actually been one of the better players. This game could have easily been 2-1 if Carapici just stayed on side. Oofy. Got to touch that grass. I wouldn't want it right now. The grass is going to be all wet and icky. Who wants to touch that? Oh, we haven't considered a set piece goal today yet. Wow, it didn't go in. At least the fact is, we haven't conceded set piece goals to not today. Final against Tenerife. I feel like Sochaux have got a chance of going quite deep into Europe in a few seasons when a lot of these players mature, if they don't do a stupid and sell them all. Wow. The question is, who wins the Champions League first, Sochaux or Tenerife? And I feel like the answer is probably Tenerife. I'm really boring next week. I hope not. It's a fear. Thank you for pointing out my biggest fear, Doc. It's it shouldn't really change anything about that. It should just allow me to focus a little bit more. That's really all. I mean, have better executive function as emotional regulation and general balance, I suppose. In theory. That is still really annoying. Because do you think the board would sack us? Or distract me anymore? Oh, no, they absolutely will. They absolutely will. I'll just get locked into different tangents instead of flittering all the time. I don't suspect that's like... I think, if anything, it should improve things because it means that I should be able to stay on one thought a little bit longer and maybe won't fall over my words as much, perhaps. Although it might just be a case of speaking. I'd like to think it will hopefully help me, you know? Anything that just makes my life a little bit less like I'm on hard mode, I suppose, right? Time for full release of 26. Does it? Is it the 4th of November by any chance? Balance. Oh, yeah, I'll be... That's the thing, I can't change you. You'll still be a menace, I'll still be a menace. I'll just be a menace that's able to make YouTube videos again and do basic admin, like for example, get my phone plan fixed. Are you kidding me? Right, well, international, how is it possibly more successful? I don't know. I just love the ability to make more than like 2 videos in a year on YouTube, perhaps. Like, and then not spend like 6 months in a shame spiral. That is unfortunate. No, remember, all that, this is what I'm thinking, right? Get ready for this. This is where Greet Boost steps up. He's going to carry us to a Champions League win now. Yeah. Well, he ain't getting his sold. Yeah, Specialist, he's done for the year. That's his last game in this save for us. Isn't that his second ankle break of his career? Yes. He broke his ankle 2 years ago, also in March. Plus 13. Ah, I see. I see what you mean. Getting it late, are you? Well, we're going to have to rely on Greet Boost. Is it the same ankle? Yeah, it could be, actually. Let's check. It's a medical center, isn't it? Wait, no, it's under... here. Is there even a way to see that? Oh, no, I can just click on it, can't I? So it was 2042. No, it was a different ankle. So Tristan has now broken both of his ankles because they're made of quavers. Ever maxed out. Our manager's only like in his 50s. He's 53, I believe, is our coach. Ironically, he's only a year older than our oldest player in the team. I shit you not. A training screenshot. Go on. Hit me with it. Niger. Also, the absolute disrespect on Niger that you type it. I realise that Nigeria contains all of the same letters, but lads, come on now. Yeah, they've struggled in this save a lot. They're like 150 plus. They've got all the Abdelays, which should be enough to get you really in there, but apparently not. What's their successes looking like lately? That is a lot of... Who did they beat? They beat Djibouti. I mean, who couldn't, right? They lost to Togo a lot. AS Jin, I hope there was. It's actually USGN or something. Oh. I'm hoping this is a case of where you click this and it pops out into more... I mean, it has to be, right, presumably, because this is just sort of a... Oh, God, mentoring's still in there. Things I wish would leave us, but sadly are still here. It looks to me like training looks basically the same. This all looks identical, which is fine. I don't expect any massive changes there. As long as it's easy to access and stuff. New test team. I believe it's because of licenses, Andrew. I am Prison Mike. Thank you for the follow, man. How do you select a song? So basically, Stanners, there is a channel point reward with the little yellow cards at the bottom of the screen. Like what you've, and in there you can request a song. So I think it's 2,000 points or something, and then you paste the Spotify link in there, or even just type it out, like the name and artist, and it will pick it out for you automatically. To be honest, I wasn't expecting a training overhaul, and in a way, I'm kind of glad that it is the same, because I think training is fine right now. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. There's way more things that need to be assessed, basically. So I'm actually kind of glad that that's looking to be okay. So Barnetche's done for the year. Fuck, that's so annoying. It's super duper annoying. A bit of that. No worries, Matt. Melts my brain. Honestly, Wiggles, I'm the same. Before this appointment, I had to get like my OBS read. It's basically so they could do medication, and it was like height in cm, and I was like, I don't fucking know. Turns out 179. I'm gonna remember that now. 179 cms, very important. Or like 0.2 or something. In-app purchase. Oh god, because that implies things like because the in-game editor is the only in-app purchase you can get, right? Attribute growth. I don't know, Steve. I'm 35. I'm probably not going to get much taller, mate. Maybe I need to get better posture. Bit of stretching. Could make it work. Imagine a goodwill gesture where the in-game editor is just included with it. Imagine. Match engine. I have not, and I'm not really interested in doing so. Everything I've seen about it doesn't make it look particularly great to me, so it's not something I really want to get involved in. I actually quite like the match engine of the game up to a point. I'd say it's like 95% of the way there. There are a few things that I'd obviously want to change, but like second phase of set piece stuff and certain situations, but for the most part I think it does a pretty good job. What was your requested song? Because we have had quite a few in the queue at the moment. For once, there's actually been quite a lot in the song. I mean, I've been ticking them all, and I have requested I refunded the points to one person who had already had one in the queue. Goodwill. I don't know, mate. You never know. Hello, Stewie. It went pretty well, Stewie. They would you believe it, they diagnosed me, and I'm getting medication soon, basically. Young players get taller. Yes, they do. For the longest time, Beefy, I didn't believe that they did, but they actually do. So it doesn't last very long, but usually between the ages of 15 and 17, roughly, they will likely grow an inch, maybe 2, at most. Very rarely anything more than that, probably not, in fact, at all. But they will grow. Not always, but they can grow, basically. So if you get like a centre-back and he comes through and he's like 5'11", you're like, but he could still be good. He could probably still get to 6'1" quite easily, and his jumping reach could still be goated. Such an improvement. Really, Steve? How do you mean? Is it just my posture's better? I don't know what that was about. Just became Beyonce mid-thing. They just couldn't figure out how to do it. Oh, no. Federico, come on, buddy. Visual play magic. Yeah. So to work tomorrow. Hey, that's fine. You've caught yourself a bit of FM-fluenza. It's very common this time of year. A lot of people caught it last year, but then they realised they didn't actually have it. It's crazy. Their illness was delayed. I feel like everyone has a contract. I think I may have actually offered every single player at the club may have got a new contract. Oh, that's irritating. Oh, buggery. Do you know what? We kind of have no choice, but it's frustrating. I would never normally do this because he's got 6 years on his contract. Actually, I'll agree to that because I ain't going to be here, and that's probably correct anyway. No, we're not doing that. Bloody hell. Apparently we are doing that. Whew. I think it's just because standing up allows me to be a bit more me. Like, I have a lot of, not nervous energy. It comes across as nervous energy, maybe. That when I'm standing up, I can kind of get it out a little bit easier. I find I can be more myself. I have a natural tendency to want to move around a lot anyway. Crazy how no one spotted it until now. So it does help. Legs and back, no pain. Legs, no. But I have perfected certain ways that I stand that help with that. Back, sometimes. But I feel like that's probably just because I lack a bit of core strength, so I tend to slouch a little bit even when I'm standing. Although it's better than when I'm sitting. Like, I don't get back pain in the same way. Occasionally I get it in my lower back after standing for a long stream. But before it'd be like all the shoulders and back of there.
KHJ, 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 KHJK.
Love to see it. Oh, I probably could have put a friendly in here. Might still have time. Emergency friendly. Sod's law, though. I do this, and someone random who's not on international duty will get, like, a horrible injury that could have been avoided. A 2026 save. All right. So, it's tough to recommend stuff because obviously everyone has different tastes. It's a bit like saying, recommend me a drink when it's like, well, do you mean alcoholic, tea, coffee, hot, cold, etc.? But, so what sort of stuff what was the last save? Actually, here's a question for you. What is the save you've enjoyed the most in FM history that you've ever had? Because that's a good starting point. Bovril always. Not a Bovril man myself. Also, Pog bloody loves Stardew Valley now. We've been playing it the last couple of evenings, and Pog has finally found a game that she actually really likes playing, and it's just really nice. It's nice to be doing that instead of just like zombieing out in front of TV, I suppose. Confirmed, yeah. In the sense that it is a thing that's going to happen. History tells us that there's never not been one. England on the coefficients. I think they had like 120 the last time we looked, but I'll just quickly check again because it was pretty nasty. Maybe, Saz. This is my hope. You got to lure in slowly, you know? Numantia, okay. Chester, York, and Palermo. Okay, so I'm getting the impression that you like a sort of a journey to the top with a team that's lower down, but not like stupidly low. Have you considered like third tier or fourth tier Germany maybe? Because there's some pretty fun teams down in the sort of the regional leagues of Germany that could be quite a ride for you perhaps. The rules in Germany are pretty lax as well, and I think you might find it quite fun there, honestly. Once you get past all the fact that Prussian Munster, yeah. Are they third or fourth tier? There's definitely some fun. I would have a little look at some of the teams that are down there. Oh yeah, Stoke are really struggling in this save. They were bottom of the bottom of League 2. Port Vale were in the National League though, if that helps. Coefficients. 1860. Don't know, make me sick in my mouth. Right. Yeah, they got 125 points in this save, England. Italy are not within 20 of them. They're second tier now. Nice. I do not, Enzo. It's just the last stream of this save because there's not enough time for me to do another season, most likely. Because I wouldn't get it in before the 2-week period would begin. 129. Yeah, England are so overpowered. So no matter what you do. Armenia, no. You can't manage a team that doesn't exist. Don't be stupid. It's like managing in Finland. Or, sorry, not Finland, in New Zealand. There's definitely some cool teams down there. Let's have a little look ourselves. I mean, this may not be representative of, like, what it's like for... Sorry, did I just say holders at Wolfsburg? 1 second. How did I not notice that? Wolfsburg won the 3rd tier last year, chat, and apparently no one noticed that Wolfsburg were in the 3rd tier. Sure. Anyone else down there that I should know about? Schweinfurt, Hansa Rostock down there. Buchbach are back in there as well. Wow. Erzgebirge, or whatever they're pronounced. Is it Erzgebirge? Those guys, they're usually a bit higher up than this as well. There's some good sides down here. Chemnitz, Regions. There you go. You could do Regensburg. But it's Regens only. I would like to do German for third or fourth tier at some point. Obviously, we can't go down any further because I haven't got those leagues added into this, but that's certainly something you could do. Yeah, Nugensburg. No, this is a regen household, Johnny. Come on now. It's not be crazy. I think Wellington did win an A-League, right? Didn't Golden FM do a save with... that's not what he meant, but good to know. Try again. League when the game was released. Now, that I couldn't tell you. My knowledge doesn't stretch that far. They won a regular... Oh, good. I'm glad it tells me what year it was. There you go. So they won a regular season. So basically they're like the William Byron of the A-League. They've won a regular season championship, but nothing more. You think it would be? of that as well, and a bit of that. I like being able to take our time a little bit today, knowing that it's the last like proper save of this, so I can kind of just like vibe it. Was it too long, Matt? Shit, what song was it? I'll add it myself. Because I can't click... I'll click the link myself. Have a little look. Wait, can I actually open Spotify links? Oh, it can. Oh. Yeah, I don't know if I'm going to be able to do an 11-minute song. That's a bit of a long one, my friend. That's very long. Holy shit. I like it. We were actually discussing the Norwegian national team earlier, or Husby. I really like it. I think it's going to be... It seems to be only getting better as well. Like, you've got a couple of players that are entering their prime, as well as a load of younger players who seem like they have incredibly bright futures and could start to add into it. I wonder if Norway will be like the new Belgium, in the sense that they've got that golden generation. Hopefully they do more with it than Belgium did, but we'll see. And they like going for a big win, and I respect that from them. 28 minutes on. That's a podcast at that point, pass, bro. There's no beating around the bush there. That is an podcast. Hey, nobody got injured. Love to see it. So we've got PSG away. We're going to have to bloody... That's going to have to be a rotated squad. Although Matt Swoker can start in that game because he's going to be suspended for Inter anyway. Nobody's talking or singing. So it's instrumental. Wait, did Grievous get injured? Wait, what? I didn't even notice it. We're cooked. We are absolutely cooked. That's both of our strikers. Oh, strikers slash... That we're done. Menno Pringe just got a cap for the Netherlands. We are truly got... That's... Both of them are now gone. Because he's going to miss both legs. I mean, I know we were going to struggle to get past Inter anyway, right? But... That's so annoying. Best player in the world. I actually don't know who'd be the best player in the world. It's hard to define because there's well-paid players, but that doesn't always mean they're good. It just means they're in nationality, right? Oh no, I mean Haaland is just... If anything, his records are understated in FM. I find that he doesn't score enough goals a lot of the time. Missing both legs, yeah. Well, one of them's fractured ribs. I have no idea who's going to start. Probably Karapichi. I assume it's going to have to be Karapichi through the middle. Which means either Nuno or Emeka Eze. We could do Eze through the middle maybe instead. And then that way Karapichi stays in the role that he's actually effective at. There he is. There he is. Prince on the wing maybe. I don't know if he's even in the squad, Steve. So now we're missing 3 players that would have probably started or featured heavily in that game. Hey! Hey! McTominay's been sacked again. Where will he end up next? I think I'm ready. Have you got everything set up? It's like say the line, Bart. Right, well that's one thing to worry about, I suppose. No idea what's causing it. We think it's basically because the game still thinks he's employed by Tenerife. Because when you actually try to sign him as a free agent, it says that for some reason it basically implies that he's at Tenerife in some manner. Do you know what I should do? I should definitely pester SI about that. I mean, like, what's with this bug? Why aren't you fixing this bug right now in 24? I think that's what's basically happened. It's happened again. PSG. Right, yeah, that's fine. I say that's fine. I mean, I have no idea who's going to play in this game. Playing the skin is true. I did once download a badge pack. I brought it on myself, really. Costa Rica's... Wait, who? Huh. 14 million quid. That's a... I was about to be like, who's spamming? And then I realised it's me. Turns out I'm spamming. So this is... Pog has a habit of, like, when we go to places or whatever, she'll be, like, really excited to try something out and she'll have, like, some kind of food or whatever. She'll eat it and just be like, I'll be like, so how was it? She'd be like, I wouldn't order it again. So now whenever we go places and I can see this look on her face, I will literally just be like, say the line, bot. She's like, I wouldn't have it. I wouldn't order it again. But we went somewhere on Saturday and she said she would order it again, which was terrifying. I didn't know what to do, honestly. Set up TTS for bits and tips. Can't have subs right now to an affiliate. So affiliate, if you were actually serious, Harv, is stupidly easy to get. I forget what the requirements are. Is it a certain amount of followers you need to get, right? And the only barrier, is it 25 followers? That'll be easy. You're probably halfway there already just after I shouted you out last stream, and you'll definitely get that today. I think it's the viewer one, but in theory, this one should probably average you out over that anyway, just because of the raid. We've got Aussie Nan. Yeah, I think I do need to change stream now. Maybe we can... Oh, hello. My name's Mr. Burns. This is tremendous. Turkish dude at Freiburg. Oh. Ahmet Erksuz. Oh, he's actually local lad. Cool. Is Boonrod in there? 4 days a month. 4 different days. Yeah, that's... Oh, so you have to average the 3 viewers on 4 different days. I see. That's new. They must have changed the requirements slightly. Osorio. Fun. Turkey Fried. Wow. Tome, you're a man of culture. What's the lottery numbers? We might get a new stream, Nan. We'll update it. Do you remember who we used to have? We used to have that Norwegian lady. There's loads of them now. I haven't updated it for years. We could definitely go through them together. See what options there are. Don't know if you'd be able to hear it, though, because I had my desktop audio blocked. Ingrid, that was it. Yes, we had the Norwegian lady, Ingrid, during the time at Tromsø. We couldn't find an Irish one for Treaty United. I wonder if we can find a Polish lady. I wonder if there's a Polish TTS voice. I'll have to check. That'd be perfect. So we've got Andreas Canelia. Oh my god, he's actually... Oh, wow. There's an Irish one now. God, typical, isn't it? Oh, mate. If we were continuing this save, this is the type of bloody... These are the dream players. FC Toon, 17 years old, wanted by all of these people, 11 under 21 caps at 17. He's the perfect... These are the exact type of players I love finding. Why weren't we finding them before? If your next gen doesn't look like this, it might be that you're not using the most recent version of this skin. There's a SAS 25 pool that SAS just made for the funsies, and it adds a few extra little, like... He's basically showing off. We've also got this guy, Vili Manpar, for RB Leipzig. Oh, they paid from SJK. Love to see it. Harvest starting today, Steve. It's the big one, the premiere. Because you know what you really need on your first ever live stream is us lot. Then there's Philip Kuralt of Mainz on loan from Torino. Oscar Dijkstra of Excelsior. Oh, we've looked at him before, actually. I think he was on it last year. My only friends. This is the end. Well, you won't have any issues with that, Steve, because we're going to be raiding into Harv later. Mazzano. Cool that he's at Wolfsberger. Danaforia. Oh, it's Millwall. Oh, no, he was definitely on it last year. Because he was actually at Millwall. I do regret not getting this guy, but we didn't need him at the time. Oh. There's a lot of Magdebo from Porto. And Ruiz. American. Mika During. Okay. Ooh, that's fun. Oh, he's on from Man City. Boring. I want less of that this year. It feels like the next gen has been dominated by players on loan from the same 6 clubs, basically. Whereas before it used to be get more guys like the Swiss dude in there. Who the fuck? Okay, that's bizarre. I assume they must have an affiliate agreement, right? Because why else would he be on loan at Hebar in the Bulgarian league? I can only assume they must be affiliated with each other. Oh, yeah, they are, yeah. That makes... That's because I say that's so strange otherwise. Right. Cool name, though. Put a bespoke sound in for followers. Good to be fair, my first ever bespoke follower sound was literally Shrek going, "Why are you following me?" It was very 2014 coded. Time is beta dropping. It's actually dropping right now. Exclamation mark beta. It's here. This is actually it. As I live and breathe. Better do better than that, yeah. There's another guy on loan, presumably. Oh, we'd love to, wow, Oxford have kind of got a lovely little loan squad they're building up here. There's this guy at Young Boys who's Kosovan. Orel Ahmeti, I think, was he on it last year? I'm not sure, you know. We've got Barnsley guy, probably on loan from Man United, Chelsea, all right. We've got, ooh, hello. Oh, that's fun. Abdi Asmelash, a Norwegian Eritrean playing for Nordsjælland, who they got from Raufoss, who are in the Oberliga? Wow. These guys were 4th tier in Norway at one point, but have actually gone up as high as this, like, 4th place in the 2nd tier for Raufoss. Love that. We do, yeah. Beta save is going to be Slavia Prague. Norway has quite a large Eritrean diaspora, one of the largest in the world. We used to get almost every youth intake with Tromsø had a very large had an Eritrean in it. That's cool. Love that for him. Yeah, he is just middleman. If you need anything, he'll find it for you. Worry not. He's there. New game engine, some more bugs are likely. If anything, that's the reason it won't be early for me personally. I suspect next Monday or Tuesday. I think putting it out earlier in a less fit state is going to be the last thing they'd want to do. I think they'd rather take as much time as possible to try to get it as good as possible before releasing it. Because as much as people say beta, it isn't a beta. It's early access, which is not the same thing. Sorry, not even that. It's advanced access. So they were the ones that a few years ago shifted away from the beta terminology, because what you're expecting to get during this is not a beta product. It is supposed to be a finished product that might have a few bugs. It's not the same as like, hey, we'll get these people to test it. They have testers for that exact purpose. That's why QA exists, as well as like I presume they have play testers. Unclease, thank you very much for the prime. So my prediction is still Monday or Tuesday next week, just because there's a few things we haven't heard much from yet, really. So that's what I'm predicting. And I've been doing this the whole time. But I don't engage in beta astrology anyway. I'm a Chad astrologer. This guy's actually kind of fun, to be fair. Yeah, it's because they haven't actually had it be called beta for a while. I think it's been probably since like 21. Because then it was called like early access, and now it's called advanced access. So we will see. Now, obviously, it's still going to have bugs. Like, there's always bugs. But if I'm them, I'm taking as much time as possible to try to put out the best product possible in that period. Because the last thing you want is to put out a broken, buggy mess that is completely unplayable and then have people's expectations and opinion of it ruined entirely. Who is this guy? Kawane Henry, a Jamaican Englishman on loan from Forest at Sigma. That's fun. Ooh, Belgian. No, not Belgian, Matt. Bulgarian. Ooh, check. Wow, he would have been brilliant. No left foot. Actually, maybe not. Geordie Williams. This is more like it. Oh, the doorbell's just gone. Chat, one sec. Quick as a flash. It's Miles with the beta. It's here. No, it's just a lot of t-shirts that Pog ordered. To play Spotify music on stream, it cuts out of the VOD. Right, so basically, the way it works is, and this is an OBS thing. Basically, what OBS can do is you can send different audio inputs to different audio tracks, and then you can assign one to the Twitch track and one to the Twitch VOD track. So basically what I do is I have Spotify on its own thing in an audio controller I've set up. And then it's unticked from the audio for for the Twitch VOD. So basically it means that when you hear it live, you'll hear the music. But when you clip it or go to the VOD, it's not there. But yeah, that is an OBS. As far as I know, that is an OBS only feature. Leo Akira, thank you for the follow. One of the many bonuses of OBS there. Oh, God, I'm out of breath now. Need to go for another run, I think. Ooh. Jeremy Conan. Andorra always get so much better players in there than they do in real life. And finally, a Brazilian in the Brazilian leagues. Bit expensive, though. Not that we need them, of course. Anyone getting a good contract here? Don't think any of you are that good. God, Oscar really didn't work out, did he? It took me the longest time to figure out how to get that to work as well, but I'm glad I did. And then obviously I use Songify, which is the bot that handles all of the song request stuff. Pattern the last few weeks. Yeah, I think we'll... My guess is, if we don't hear anything today or tomorrow, then I think we can safely assume that we won't be getting beta. Because I'm pretty certain there's still more stuff to come out. F26. I understand it. And I think I'd understand it and be more okay with it if I liked the way the UI looked. But my concern is that the UI looks like it's going to make it really difficult to move around, and the lack of customization is going to be incredibly painful to deal with. But hopefully native skinning comes back at a later date, and hopefully non-native skinning will still be possible in this version. Shaking his tush too. Exactly. For the volleys right now, it's Sabrina Carpenter. Shouldn't really come as much of a surprise. You could have just assumed that, really. Once the bopping begins, you know what's up. Oh, we're only B-. No, wait. Yeah, B-. I get that, to be fair. I love that. Us qualifying for the quarterfinals of the Champions League by knocking out a team from the top 8 is a C+. We won home and away against PSV. This is a classic album. New one's okay. Like, there's some songs on it I like, but I don't like it as much as this album. Your massage from before. Oh, Basil, you can't be sharing those things with people. But unfortunately, I do not believe that I did. So please feel free to pop it in the chat again. You want to be careful what you share in chat there, bud. Oh dear. Right, this is this is rotation. We're good, right? We just need to, well, we're not good. We are in fact bad, but nope, you're actually starting next game, and so are you. No, you're not, are you? Oh my god, who the hell's gonna play for the middle? I hate to do it, but it might have to be Jocelyn. Wait, Dennis he's not ready though, is he? Szymanski, Yurikov, no, you're starting. Oh no, we can start Matsuoka this game because he's not going to be eligible for the next game. We are absolutely cooked here, aren't we? It's not got the same vibes. There's some good songs on the new album. I quite like House Tour, just because it's very clever. But yeah, I'm a little bit confused, Leo. But yes, I did do Building a Nation. Yeah. Pre-stream part. So basically the way it works is, Gordo, I queue up 4 songs during the intro that I know will cover the 10 minutes of the countdown, and then I have the intro song queued up after that. Any song requests that go in during that get slotted in behind the intro song so that they'll always play once I'm on full face cam, basically. So that it doesn't get turned off, they get put further back, basically. But no, Tromsø. Tromsø and Norway in general is quite difficult to do Building a Nation with, because Norway has some of the most annoying rule in terms of young players that I absolutely loathe. So it's tough to do. Because you have to, unless they've changed it, you have to register every player in your squad, including young players. There's no like players under 19 or under 21 don't have to be registered. So it means that at the start of a year, you have to be like, right, this guy's going in my team immediately and he has to be able to play all the time. You can't rotate as easily for European games for the same reason, because and the squad size used to be 30. It'd be different if the squad size was like 90, like it is in France, where it doesn't matter. But in Norway, it was not only did you have to register everybody, but there was a limit to the number of players you could register, and it was quite low. That was what was the biggest drawback, I would say. And I feel like that surely does more harm than good. Like, I understand the logic is like, well, we want to take those young players seriously, but it's like they just won't register them then. So then they won't have any chance to play. So it can be tough. So you might have to have a look at that, potentially. Great request, Matt. I love a bit of Dua Lipa. I'm waiting for Trio Lipa. Right, okay, we owe them, but that's not going to come to much. Polish Banger. Well, most likely, considering it's Building a Nation, it will still be Hyperdrive, because it's like the official theme song of Building a Nation. 2:08. Nicely done. So that was only like 2 minutes slower than me. Fuck yeah. Did you enjoy your time here? Because I told Pogger the places that you'd gone to when you were here. Because it was the Cutter, Wildwood, and Urban Fresh, wasn't it, right? Because I've never been to Urban Fresh, but Pogger and I have always wanted to go there for breakfast because it does look really good. I run past it all the time, but I've never actually been in there. Kamatuka, a 52-year-old man, is up front for us against Paris Saint-Germain, and it's not even through a situation where I'm just putting him in for the memes. I almost have no choice. Both of our main players for that role are injured. The player that needs to play there in the next game can't start this one because he needs to play in the Champions League game, and there's no one else that's really suitable because they're all being forced into the squad in other manners. I'm excited. He seems to be sticking the place out, actually, which is exactly what I want. And he is on penalty, so remember, if we were to win a penalty, Kamatuka would get a shot. Oh, here we go. The inevitable set-piece goal. It is Birkner that's taking it, I suppose. He probably has 20 set pieces. There it is. By games, I would say so, Hazard. That's the company that I've partnered with for the last couple of years, and I don't believe there's been any major issues. So I would say so. And there it is. I think that's possibly our 9th set-piece goal conceded this year. Oofy. Ooh. Yeah, the cutter is the reason I like it, Basil, is because it's right on the river. They do a nice. They've got some good, decent pint selections. Their food is legitimately really lovely, and you can literally sit right on the river, just overlooking it, which is just really nice, especially in the summer. Sitting out there with a pint, nobbing down on the garlic bread. It's a very pleasant experience. Seeing all the boats going by. God, look at this build-up. We're popping here. Surely not. It's Lorenzo. He's through. Can he? Oh, he's a bit too deep, I think. Ah. For a player that's really fast, Lorenzo carries him with the pace of a much smaller man. For whatever reason. He just... Do what to the garlic bread, you heard? Doing heinous things. That's where I threw that dog in the river. Just outside there. The faithful place. Right. Can't really make a lot of changes. Oh, Urban Fresh. Sorry, yeah, I've never actually been to Urban Fresh. It just looks really cool from the outside. Get to play the beta. Everyone gets to play the beta. Because it's public. It's a public release. Ah, my camera's frozen again. Boop, boop. What for that? Yeah. Thankfully, that doesn't exist, Ridian. And I'm kind of glad. Feyenoord in the league and Brighton in the Conference League. If it makes you feel any better, I was able to beat Feyenoord in the Champions League. And Brighton are already out of the Champions League. I don't know how that would help you in your case, but I've related it back to me, and I feel that's more important. Oh, God, it's about to be 2, isn't it? Yeah. I mean, we're fighting a losing battle. We've got an old man up front. Ooh. Yeah, if you pre-purchase the game, you get access to the beta. Or the early advanced... I'm going to start calling it advanced access now. I feel like it causes more problems than not. We actually started this game quite well. Just haven't really seen any options. That's what I was going to do. I was going to make that like best bits clip compilation. That was my plan yesterday. It's just that when the whole stuff went down, I felt really weird afterwards. I felt almost like like I was in grief. It was hard to explain. And I just sort of didn't want to do anything at all afterwards. In the end, Pog went and got McDonald's and we watched the hockey. So that was kind of nice. But it was just a very weird feeling. I could bring Noah on, actually. Oh, Svenny boy. What am I doing? Why wouldn't I bring Sven on here? It's a great opportunity for that. Pre-game editor. Yes, you can do pretty much anything with the pre-game editor within reason. You can't cure world hunger, but you never know. Maybe there's a setting in there we haven't discovered yet. Milk was hot as hell. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of supposed to be, isn't it, really? Early test builds, just curious. Well, if they did, it would be under heavy, like, NDAs and stuff. So even if they were doing that to people, they wouldn't be allowed to tell you anyway. But in the past, like, for example, in the past, to other FMs, I have had, but not this year. I think it's just a very different experience this year. They're keeping things under wraps a lot more because it's not really the same kind of thing. Gonna have the editor. I believe it's actually visible on... What? We all saw that, right? That tackle there. If that is given as a penalty, that is the dumbest one I've ever seen. Thank you. But that's crazy. Yeah, that's the thing, Daz. Hopefully, I'll just have to sort of work through it, right? It's important to stay busy. We'll see what happens. It was just a very strange sensation. You sort of allow yourself to feel a certain way that maybe you've been not allowing, I guess. Missed out on life. Yeah, I would say so. I felt like I was like, what if I was diagnosed when I was like 18? Like, what things could I have done? Would I have done better in university? Could I have... How would my life have changed from a pathway perspective, right? It's... would I have achieved more in certain places in my life? You know, would I have held on to certain friendships and things, you know? It sort of makes you think like... But at the same time, it also makes you feel like, you know, all those times I felt super lazy and unmotivated maybe weren't entirely me. Would I have met Paul? Well, exactly. That's the thing. I would never trade that. So I still wouldn't change anything, really. After this clubs matters. What? What are you on about? Okay, sure. What a weird time to bring that up, Bastion, buddy. Doing this if you were diagnosed earlier? Probably not, honestly. I actually don't know. Because there were so many things that I've done in the past that I wonder if one of them would have stuck instead because I'd have been able to stick to it. I suspect that the only reason I ended up in the content game was because I got a lot of success, or at least a relatively large amount of success very quickly, and as a result, with any new hobby, it's like the novelty period, but with making content, I got the success during that period, and as a result, that was able to carry it for much, much longer, to the point where it was able to become a sort of viable career, whereas for most things, that wasn't the case. Like, I started uploading videos in September 2014, then I went on holiday, came back and started it properly in like early October. I had 500 subscribers on Halloween of 2014 and 1,000 on firework night, and that just came out. That was in like a month and a half, 2 months of making content, which is not the norm. But back then there was a lot less competition. Could I have done better? Yeah, exactly. I feel like I'm trying to get my head into the mindset of like, yeah, that is the case, but now think of how good things can be in the future. You know? I think I've done relatively okay in certain areas considering, and if this can just make me be better at those things and enjoy things a bit more and able to be more myself, then that's surely a good thing. And I'm hoping it will do that. We'll just have to see. It was my anniversary. Congratulations to you and yours then, Hazard. Exactly. Beginning of something cool. Yeah, exactly. Might be. Oh, mate. Are you mates with Miles? Tell him I said hi. Does your mate does he know someone I don't? Naughty. Everyone's mates with Miles, really, though. In a way, the real Miles is the mates we make along the way. Hello, Mike. Less competition than now. Yeah, absolutely. It's more competitive. Bloody what has become of Paris FC? They've scored 5 and now they've scored 7. I'm absolutely blown away by that. They've scored 25 goals this season now. Not even the worst scoring team in the league. What was that game in between? Paris FC have scored 14 goals in their last 3 games. They'd scored 11 in their previous 25 matches. Wild. That's what I would say, Welsh Foot Manager. That's been my prediction the whole time, basically. 500... Well, that's a lot of miles, so you've got to be careful. Watch Paris FC somehow stay up now. Afternoon, my big forehead. Simone. Oh, of course, yes. Sick. I am, Timmy. I'm becoming a long-distance truck driver as of today. This is actually the first stream of me I'm in the truck cab right now. This is actually just a green screen backdrop. I'm parked at a services just north of Manchester. I don't know why I said just north. It's very cool. It might be. That's true. There's a non-zero chance. Answer the questions where you want one person to. Oh, I got told off for doing that yesterday. Basically, I was rambling. I think it's just that I got really confused because after this, it sort of implied that she wanted like yes or no answers, but I'm just like, yes or no answers to these questions are not possible because they're so nebulous. Driver resembling Matto, that was me. Hence the track driver tan. Oh, does it bollocks? So you reckon that the FM sandbox is actually the real quiz? Who knew? Streaming down the M13. It makes you sound like you're crying. I respect it. Right, we're on the next day. If we somehow bodge our way past Inter, we do finally at least get to play against Jamal Lowe's Inter and Jaleel Lawrence's Inter, which is something, I suppose. We get to see him in action. Anyone doing crazy shit out on loan? Should just clarify, Timmy, just in case that came across as like me being earnest. I'm not leaving to become a truck driver. It's just the last stream of this save. Just wouldn't want there to be any confusion. Kravinovic has done alright, actually. Has he? Bakar sure as shit has. He's been great. Hang on, is he part of the reason why Auxerre are doing so well? Yeah, he kind of is, actually. Steinmetz wants to stay. Oh, that's unfortunate. Just making sure. I wouldn't want to mislead anybody. Gotta clarify everything. You never know who's listening, you know? What if my big new sponsor were like, yeah, he's become a truck driver now, we no longer need him. He's no use to us. Yeah, this was like the only song on the World Cup soundtrack for World Cup 98 game, wasn't it? I can still remember that fucking chicken. What's the traffic like today? Hang on. Let me just look out the side of my cab. None at all, mate. Don't know what you're chatting. I mean, none of that, because I'm not on the road. I would never drive and stream. I'm actually at the services as I... Oh my god. Live stream later then. I doubt it, considering the game is definitely, almost certainly, in fact, I would be willing to say definitely not coming out today. Truck driving sim. Oh, mate, yeah, I'll be like, what's he called? Squirrel. I could do ETS streams. I'll stream truck driving while truck driving. For the ultimate immersion experience. Well, this is not happening. What on earth is my assistant huffing? I mean, fair play. Enjoy the good shit, buddy. Well, Dennis Anderson. I guess every cloud, right? But we get Menno Prinz in. Jose Habila. We want Yurikov, Karapucci, Eze, Binder, Mekawa, Alvarez, Velasquez. Tremendous. Truck sim or train sim. I've never really played a train sim, to be honest. A great truck driver. I'd have got so bored to be. That being said, I do quite like driving a lot because I find that it's like constant stimulation. So I'm quite a good driver because I don't really get distracted. But I get distracted quite easily, but it's usually by things like hazards. So I'm seeing things quite quickly and anticipating things with like pattern recognition, I suppose. So like, I feel like I'm quite a good driver. Never had an accident. Touch wood. Good wino driver. Oh, the best wino driver. People got their wine right when they recommended it, which was kind of the whole point, right? Farming sim. Maybe. I'll have to experiment with all these kind of things now, because Pog and I have bought like a little cradle for our PS4 controllers downstairs so we can just keep them charged on the cabinet whenever we want to play. Pop them out. It just automatically connects to the PC up here, streams it straight to the TV downstairs. Flawless, basically zero latency. It's amazing. It's the best. I couldn't drive. To be fair, Jade, they were right, but that's not your fault because it's the first time you... It's a bit like going to a cookery lesson and the guy's like, 10 minutes in, you can't cook. It's like, yes, mate, I know. That's why I'm here. It's kind of the point. Right. Yeah, that'll have to do. We're kind of cooked. Didn't like driving. Yeah, I mean, so you take what you can get a lot of the time, right? But I don't know if I'd want to drive a truck. I don't think I could be trusted with a large vehicle. I don't trust myself. It's fine when I'm driving my little old Ford Focus, but I don't know if I'd want to be in charge of a massive truck. Those guys have got like insane like depth perception. There was a road closed because of the Apple Festival on Saturday, and I was running back from town, and this guy was trying to get an articulated lorry down this tiny side street, and I was just like running past watching like, how is bro even doing that? But he did. I can barely get my car down there. Indonesian Inter. Ooh. Oh yeah. Haris Ahmad. Ooh. I think we found this guy earlier in the save. I remember seeing an Indonesian dude at one of the Dutch clubs. Driving for 10 years. There you go. Mine didn't do any of those things. They just sort of went, yep, you can drive now. But this was back in the day when, to do an emergency stop, they would bash a clipboard on the dashboard. Just to clarify, that wasn't how you stopped. That was how they told you to stop. They weren't trying to trigger some kind of weird dashboard break. Pongsathong, what a guy he was. A goth festival in Leeds. That's the difference between Leeds and here. We get the Apple Festival. It was banging, to be fair. Way more busy and had way more food vendors than I've seen at any other like event here, including Eel Day. Around a small estate. Some driving instructors are proper like chancers. Like my parents' next door neighbour years ago, she was learning to drive as an adult, so she was in like her 50s, and basically this driving instructor had her doing lessons for like 4 years when clearly she was ready, but they would basically just keep saying no, you're not ready, you need to keep doing it, because she was not developmentally disabled, but like easily manipulated, I suppose. She just kind of, the amount of money that she basically pissed away on doing that. Say for last of today. Yes, what I'll do is I'll do one from the end of today's stream, and I'll also do one from the start of this season before I went a bit mental with the transfers, just in case you wanted a bit more of a long-term view of things, if that makes sense. Because obviously we spaffed a lot of money up the wall this year that I wouldn't have done in a normal save. Hello, Connor. Right, moment of truth, Champions League. Steve Jobs will say that's true, they did. All sorts of cider, it was great. Genuinely was really good. Of 2024, yeah. Well, of this save specifically, there will be another stream on Sunday where we do like, you know, the thing where if you missed this, we do a stream where we go like 50 years into the future and basically chat, just look up random nonsense for 4 hours, and it is incredibly fun because some of the stupid things that happens in saves over that kind of length of time are genuinely awesome. Like that time that Norwich dominated the world. Is Jaleel in the team? Wait, after all this, Jaleel isn't even in the team. Jamal, I am immensely disappointed. Oh, he's on the bench. He's benched my boy. Not regretting it at all. Brilliant. His interaction. 56 years. To be fair, I wasn't saying I'm going a specific length of time into the future. I just meant like we were going like tilde 50 years into the future. We'll go as long as I can get it, basically. The reason I'm not doing Thursday stream is partly because hopefully the new PC stuff, but two, because it will give us longer times to sim it. So I should be able to get us 50 odd years by Sunday, right? Even if I do have to keep stopping it occasionally, so Pog and I play Stardew Valley. Nothing constructive to say, all I do is moan and swear at you. That seems incredibly unhelpful. Had the audacity to send his wife to your parents' place demanding money, as apparently we didn't pay even though we paid block. Oh no, that's some shitty behaviour. Yeah, no, I'm glad. My driving instructor, it was one of those, it was basically a case of like word of mouth. Like, most of my mates used the same exact driving instructor. One mate, he used him, and he was like, yeah, this guy's really good, and then everybody else just started using him too. Shout out to Trev. He's probably retired by now. He was in his late 50s when I used him, and that was in 2007. Is that going to count? Are we behind already? No, we're not. It's offside. Immense. I just don't think we've got much chance here. Booking driving lessons, yes. Yeah, I would never... I know some people get like a family member to teach them to drive, but I just don't think that's the right approach. You want someone who you're going to respect and listen to and not want to talk back to in the same way. And I feel like with a family member, you're way too likely to argue with them, I feel like. Buying a permanent Napoli. Yeah, true. I didn't quite do a Napoli. This... I think we're onto a... The longer we can keep it at 0-0, the better chance we've got. And we just have to hope that they're going to keep shooting from range, but... God, Garnier needs a big game today. The problem is yeah, we beat Madrid and then we knocked out PSV. So we are now in the quarterfinals of the Champions League, but we're missing both Barnetche and Greek Boost and Unver and Matsuoka suspended. So we're kind of cooked, really, barring an absolute miracle. DeMarco, hang on a minute. Are we going to second phase them? Binder. Oh, the space and the... Oh, my God. What is that for a touch? Wait. It's Binder. Eze! Oh, imagine if Eze put us in front there. I would say it's definitely worth doing, Jade. Just the having that freedom to know how to drive is just super useful. Yeah. Madrid are a tiny team anyway. More like not very Real Madrid. Ooh. Can't believe it. Original joke. More 11. We're actually doing okay in this game. Oh, hang on. Anderson! No, both offside. Lithuania. I don't know. I can't confirm. And even if I did know, I obviously wouldn't be able to confirm, but I do not know that. No idea what the league rules are like in Lithuania. I know that you don't have many teams in the league. They used to sell these t-shirts in Camden Town back when I was like 17, and it was like Real Madrid 1, Surreal Madrid, fish. That was very tight. We've been okay. Considering the amount of players we have missing from this game, we've actually been okay. I'm surprised. Still not going to be enough, I suspect.
I'm the Pope.
They will grab one in the second half, I imagine. Erelond, thank you for the follow. Almost sounds like a kind of Lord of the Rings style name. Love it. Which is actually exactly what my friend said when I told them the name of the medication I was going to be on. My friend was just like, that sounds like something out of Lord of the Rings. Can't really complain. Just 1-0 or something. Something to take to Italy to give us a vague hope. But I think it's probably likely that we're... This feels like 1-0 Inter with a corner goal late in the game. The other problem is now we get to this stage in the game and the bench becomes like, what can I really do? There's the type of battery. You're thinking of the double A Lithuanians. They can handle their drink, though. Every Lithuanian... Oh. I'm just going to stay in silence while we concede a goal from this. Oh. I broke my silence. Wait, slip him into the channel. Come on now. What a breakaway chance that was. Oh, no. He's not going to run through the entire team and score, is he? No, okay, we're good, we're good. What a chance that would have been for a breakaway there. It felt like with the amount of highlights and like different losses and changes of possession there, that was pretty much a guaranteed goal, but no. I think that the way the momentum in this game is shifting, I'm going to make a change now just to set things up. But like realistically, who the hell am I even bringing in here? Jonty Baldy? Like... Actually, I'm going to do Carapici through the middle, and we're going to get... wow, everyone can play right-sided wing. Noah has done things for us. Lorenzo's been... Actually, no, Lorenzo's motivated. That alone wins him the battle there. Anderson's knackered, so it's going to be the Tooch. Claudio's on a booking and hasn't really done a lot, so Eric's in. Habila just... Maybe the fresh legs of Habila can get us something. Just a 1-0. I get the feeling we'll be a 1-0 down before this highlight. Not before it ends, but upon the finishing of this highlight, we will probably find ourselves a goal down. What I do like, though, is we're actually giving Inter a good old go for it, considering that we are sort of still an underdog team at this stage of the tournament. And we've not looked outclassed in any game so far, really. Not even in the second leg against Real Madrid. Oh, Dennis, no! Tell you what, these posts... It feels like most of our shots hit the post and go wide, and most of our opponent's shots are hitting the post and going in. There's just those fine margins, really. It is 1-0 in the 69th minute. Although at least it's technically the 70th minute, so... Oh no, maybe it wasn't. No, it was the 69th minute. Cool. Ooh, insta highlight from the kickoff, though. Maybe. I mean, even a 1-1 draw would be crazy tough. But at least with a 1-1 draw, we'd have Matsuoka back for the second leg and maybe could pull off the ultimate miracle. You know, we wouldn't have to come back more than by winning. If we draw the first leg, at least we would know that just a win. Just a win. Oh, hang on. Lorenzo. He's through. Lorenzo, can he equalise? He's gone through everybody. Oh! If you ever wanted an example of the exact thing I was talking about with Inter's goal, that is it right there. When we're through on goal, it hits the post and goes wide. When they're through on goal, it hits the post and goes in. It's so tight. Jonty Baldy, sure. Oh, mate. What a chance that was. He did everything so well. Like, he set that chance up for himself absolutely perfectly. The problem is, I'd almost rather no highlights if this is going to be one of those ones that could end up being 2-0. Because 2-0, we're cooked. 1-0, maybe there's a chance. 1-1, there's a massive chance. Well, look at the pressure. Either they're about to play out from the back or they're going to do something really silly and we're going to keep the possession. Oh, go on. No, come on, lads. Just one touch. Yes, well done, Eric. No. Okay, right. This is a disaster of a highlight, which makes me think that there's definitely something big coming here. DeMarco, Baldy, Tucci, he's still got it. Oh, the worst pass in the history of humanity. Well, here comes 2-0. It's Natsuka. He's going to pull it across to someone. Oh, okay. Big save. Oh, I was kind of hoping that wasn't the full highlight. It is Stanley Tucci. In the flesh. He's finished touring Italy and drinking wine. It's going to be a relatively dead even game that we're going to lose 1-0. That's what happens when you don't take your chances. The difference was the post. We hit it, they didn't. Well, they did, but it went in. Lorenzo had the chance. Okay, the only difference with the second leg. Yeah, Jonty is also Baldy. Ironically, while having hair. He's a man of mystery. Don't know what the mystery is yet, though. When I figure it out, I'll let you know. Oh, God. I'm trying to think, have we had luck in these knockouts? Not really. We were the better side against Real Madrid and deserved the win. The second... Oh, no, we were a bit lucky away at Feyenoord, but we'd already won the first leg 3-0 anyway. Wow! The 10 men of Leipzig, 2 goals in the final 10 minutes. Okay. Marseille through to the final of the Coupe de France. My God. So Jose Claudio's going to miss the second leg, which is meaning that there's even more pressure on Eric, who's going to have to start the next game. At the very least, though, he'll be able to start alongside Endorum. But our record all of a sudden now has... That's 4 consecutive defeats. Also 3 in a row in the league. 2 of which were completely undeserved. But our form has definitely shat the bed as of late. Started raining? No, Pog. Don't you have a rain mac on you? Are you not outfitted with one of those? Perhaps an EA branded one? So I'm told. You have me on mute. Well then, what can I possibly say? This is all very German looking. I'm going to assume that means Abzal Satiboldi. Oh, is he? Is that Kazakhstan? 26 now. Ah. I'm afraid I'm going to have to introduce you to a little thing called patience. We're not getting it now. And also, like, would you want it now if it was broken? I just want it to be good. That's all I'm caring about right now. Wear it that way. That's true. You would definitely get wetter that way. I mean, it depends. At a certain point, if you're completely drenched in water, at what point does it really matter whether you're in the river or not? None of that's really that important. Oh, what if those guys from our youth intake, 300th game in charge as well? I just wonder if any of them got like a little, there we go. Nahum Teara, now 5-star PA. And he's worth between nothing and something. Yeah, she's got to make sure that she can get to like the other side of the river just in case. Because what if I do an absolute mad one? Hello, Michael. How's it going, my friend? Hope you're having a less dreary day than I am. It is properly nasty. I was going to go for a run after stream. Look how that's gone. Yeah, he's very good. Mbappe of your game world. Would it be weird if I told you that it's Mbappe? Is it strange that the Mbappe is the Mbappe of my game world? 220 goals nearly in Ligue 1 is actually crazy. Yeah, sorry, Condor Wiggles. I am going to get to that in a sec. Taking your role. Yeah, I don't know who the best striker in the world is, honestly. It's hard to say. Because it depends on how you measure it. I guess you could look at like Ballon d'Ors, but that isn't always like... Doesn't always go to strikers, actually. That's world, isn't it? I want that. Yeah, Harvest streaming later, Mike. You heard it here first. Is he a striker? No, he's a left midfielder. Oliveira is definitely... Yeah, I mean, he's decent, but he's not... Anyway, boy, he's earning a lot of money at Newcastle. Holy God. Yeah, so Italian football in this save has been a bit up and down. Napoli, despite all the money that they've had over the last God knows how long, have spaffed it away. Inter have won 4 of the last 5 titles. Milan got the other one. Goal 50 list. Was that the goal 50 list? Ah. That would explain why they're all really old. Yeah, Palermo, that's relatively new. They've been on a bit of an upward trajectory. Wow, let's talk about upward. Second, 14th, and 6th last year. Napoli is the biggest fail. The amount of money that Napoli have spent in this save is probably exceeding 4 billion now. Most of which, obviously, this year was spent on one player. Yet they actually, now that I come to think about it, they only really had one season where they didn't spend an absurd amount of money, and it was that year. Which presumably, this is when the, yeah, Pog, it is here. Your order is here. It came a little while ago. Presumably it was after this season is when they lost their tycoon. This was the year they didn't have one, and then the moment that, yes, they bought a guy for 343 million. This is Dean Trudgeon from Bolton. Napoli considered him to be worth 343 million pounds. I think they may have had a little bit too much of the old pasta sauce, because he's not even that good. Yeah, I thought it was around about the cap, and it's rarely that you see. The most I've ever had a bid on a player for of mine was someone bid, Man United in fact, 237 million for that DM we had at Syrenes, whose name escapes me. He was Belgian. Hang on, thank you for the 23 months. Got them in the end. There he is. I do what I want, half. See, this is something you've got to look forward to later, chat. It's on a Belgian. No. Take it back. It never happened. Was it Gert Gillet? I think his name was Gert Gillet. Possibly. That might be the guy. He was like a DM that we originally bought as a ball-playing midfielder, and then he ended up becoming both because he had insane work rate, but then he got to like 2020 on passing and vision as well. D-Rama, thank you for the follow. This guy is the most overpriced player I've ever seen in FM. Because sometimes you see these big, like, £200 million moves. Like when Napoli bought, for example... Yes, Pog. Wait, did you get your order in? Shake head if yes? What are you... Shake head if yes? What kind of fucking botched semaphore nonsense is this? What in the Bulgarian sign language are we doing here, Pog? Shake head if yes. This is what I have to put up with. I just don't understand why he doesn't communicate with me. Probably because you're asking me to shake my head for yes. Just can't get the women these days. Got to spice it up a little bit. I mean, God. My safe word is shaking my head, apparently. So, yeah. This guy's not very good. I mean, he's a good player, but he's never worth that kind of money. Like, Napoli in the past have bought players for excessive amounts of money, of course. But they've usually not been worth it, because to me, no player is worth that kind of fee. But they've... For example, they bought Cabello and Q from Manchester United. He's 31 now, but like he's a legit world-class legendary midfielder. If anyone's going to go for those kind of fees, him. Not some random guy from Man United, which I assume is the reason it cost so much. Missing some results ban. They haven't confirmed that it's been taken out, but to be fair, it wasn't really in the first place, was it, technically? Good time at the YMCA so far? I have. It's fun to stay there, Ian. I would highly recommend it. I guess they don't really need to confirm things like instant result button because technically it was only in touch and then it was added in by skins. It was never really in the full fat version of the game natively, was it? I'd like to think that maybe it's the kind of thing that would be brought forward as a feature though, nevertheless, because I think people do use it a lot. And if they could take anything from all of the skins that have been added over the years, was even Kravitz? No, Kravitz was Ukrainian. Gert Gillet was the player I'm referring to, the Belgian dude. He was the Belgian DM that we had. I think his name was Gert Gillet. He was very, very good. But I turned down a huge bid from Man United for him of 230 or something million pounds. Kravitz was bloody amazing as well, though. One of the few like really expensive signings that I made from like a Ukrainian club that have ever really worked out, but he was genuinely immense. Right, back to losing again. They remembered who they are and who they work for. Ain't that bad. Right. Okay. And then it's midweek, it's Inter, isn't it? So we've got to rotate for this. I mean, no. Maybe there's a chance I can bring him on in the next game? Yeah, Tony Sunday, if we could have stuck hold of him a little bit longer, that could have been really, really good. DeMarco is now available, but he was already available, wasn't he? We can't start him, though. They're all a little bit shit, yeah. It's making it easy to stay up if you're not as bad as they are, at least. Right. It's going to have to be Kamatuka again. Banal, Haluk, Tiani, Ayose. And Durham can't start either because he's needed for the next game as well. And then Bastion in goal. It looks batshit, but it works. And sometimes you've got to think outside the box. This is where we do a lot of our thinking. Lots of long shots. Right. Oh, we're actually going to play against Patrick Mbappe, who I will be very surprised if he doesn't score against us. And they've got John Littlejohn on their team. Imagine if they sold him to Lorient, so Lorient could have both John Littlejohn and Jean-Claude Jean-Jean. Too many Johns in one place. Actually, I might start Noah Winter at right back. We need someone going forward in this game. All I want is to win a penalty, so Kamatuka's finally getting a chance to actually have a shot on goal. This is my dream. Pair of jeans. Normally I would be wearing jeans, but today I've actually chosen to go with my England tracksuit bottoms because I figured this was a very much I'm staying indoors today kind of day. Except I have just remembered we have to go to the big shop later. Patrick is a regen, yeah. A very old one. I think he actually came through like the first season of this save at Toulouse, and he's been there the entire time. Sack Steve. No! Did you guys see that Stockport put a gazebo over their stand? It was very Great British Bake Off. I liked it. Striker's tactic again. Why not, right? I just do whatever I find fun. So, if we get to Slavia... Don't Slavia play a kind of strikerless system in real life? Or something like that. I feel like we'll see what the team's like when we get to Slavia and what we could potentially make there. And potentially with Wisła. Or is it Wisła maybe that do that? Either way, it'd be good. The station. Yeah. There's a Tesco's right... Basically to the point where I would literally... If I'm picking Pog up from the station for whatever reason, Basil, I'll just pick her up at Tesco's because it's so much easier than trying to park at the station. Oh, go on. Yes, Lorenzo. He might be the worst £41 million I've ever spent. With OP tactics, you can make some mad tactics. I guess so. I mean, I don't really think this is OP. Honestly. I think if this was OP, we'd have won the Champions League. We'd have done it with a Dutch accent too. A while ago. Or certainly would have done it with Tenerife in the time scale we had there, maybe. Oh, out of possession. Oh, sorry, yeah. Of course. I'm going to have to get used to that terminology. To me, when I see OP, I immediately think overpowered. Parking. Well, actually, parking here is pretty good, Basil. Every single, like, city-owned parking lot in the city, obviously, is free parking here. Which is very, very rare in England and Scotland and just in general, really. There's a couple of... In fact, I don't think there's any pay and display parking in the entire city. There's a couple of private car parks, but those just have, like, time limits on them. It's one of the things I like about... there it is. And there's a lot of car parks, too. Ah, dear. Original pasta. No, it's original gangster, surely. Fill up easily. They do. It can get very busy, but it's just why I just mostly walk into town. Paying that fine for parking the Waitrose. Yeah, that's the one you want to avoid is the Waitrose one. I do park there a lot, but only because I know I'm going to be there short time. If you're there more than 3 hours, be careful. I love that Mike, the one time he came here, managed to get a ticket there. I will ensure that you do not park again there, Mike. Worry not. When you come and see us at some point, when you grace me with your presence, and I take you to many places. Like the football. Considering it's also damn close anyway. Because we do need to sort something out. I'll take you to the golf club. Ely FC Ultras. That would be Ely City, my friend, actually. Get it right. Up the Robins. To be fair, the golf club's right there as well. There's two, in fact. But there's like a sort of pitch and putt golf course right next to the football stadium. Come on. We are incapable of actually scoring a chance now. It's like... Morale manager really do be morale managing at the moment. Like, Lorenzo's actually had a good game, but he's just missed so many crucial chances when he's been relied upon. And I can't rely upon him. A marathon relative with running chat. I'm not sure what that means. I mean, I would like to do a marathon. But yeah, we're doing Slavia Prague. Are we the Paris FC? Do you know, I think we might be. Oh, relay marathon. I don't know. Is there a lot of... I've never even seen one, frankly. I didn't know that was even a thing. On the morale aspect, I get the feeling that sort of thing is likely to be unchanged. But it will be in a different UI, so you'll get pissed off in a different way. Oh my god. We can't escape the injuries, man. It's almost like, I mean, to be fair, we're also missing the player that would have started. We've injured Mbappe! Finally! We'll give away a penalty now, I suspect. Deary me. Is 5 consecutive defeats not great, is it? This season has been so up and down. We're either winning constantly or losing constantly. There's nothing in between. We don't go through a spell of like, oh, just draw here, win there, lose there. No. We're either winning every game or losing every game. But now it's a big save again because we can't score. At least I think in this game we have deserved to lose. No, never mind. No, we haven't. What am I talking about? It's like they know. They saw Sven announce his retirement and they went, you know what? We don't even need to try anymore. Krakow half. So I'm probably going to do the Cambridge half in March because it's local and I've always kind of wanted to do it. But I've never really been in the shape to do the half marathon in Cambridge at the time when it's actually come around. Whereas this year, provided something massive doesn't change, I actually will be, which would be nice. Oh, go on, Nicholas. Saved again. It's fine. Worry not. It's the last stream of the save in this form anyway, Respirio. I'm actually quite looking forward to going back to normal recaps for 26. I actually did quite enjoy making those. This will be like the third game in our last 4 league matches that we've been the better side and lost all of them. It's actually kind of a bit embarrassing, particularly when you think that we've rotated the team for a lot of these games as well. I guess we could bring Dennis on here briefly. Jocelyn's going to see this game. It's almost like I'm playing a 52-year-old up front and can't really expect much more from him. I am at fault. We'll get Eurocov on for a little bit as well. Should make YouTube videos in general. Yeah. I think it was just that you just sort of end up in a doom spiral where you feel guilty about not making one, and so it makes it harder to make one in the first place, which then continues this sort of spiral into nothingness, where you're never quite sure, and you lose all confidence in any kind of thing that you want to make. I think I just needed a complete hard reset. European Cups, no. Technically, we're not out of Europe yet this year, though. We are in a quarter-final. The second leg is coming up after this game, which is why the horrendously rotated team. We're 1-0 down from the first leg against Inter. The downside is that both of our strikers are injured. One of them has a broken leg, and the other one's broken a rib. On international duty, no less. So that's good. Never lose my confidence. Trust me, that is not... NXT is very much about no confidence most of the time. Yeah, it's not been great. And this is about to be 3. Yep, of course it is. Totally makes sense that this would be 3-0 as well. We just cannot score a single goal, can we? It's kind of silly, isn't it? Yeah, I can bring back 2 Let's Play series. Do 2 videos a day, 30 minutes each. Maybe throw in some experiments in there as well. I think if I'm not doing 7 episodes a day, what am I really doing with my life, to be fair? I always have to say strikers, because that's how they essentially act for us when they're in the team. 24 hours each, yes. They have just... That is actually crazy. Who was responsible for a lot of that actually? I mean, Lorenzo had big chances. So that's 3 out of 4 games now in the league that we've been actually still quite good in and lost all of them. Excuse me. Christ. Since release and still not finished, he's in 2093. Christ. That's... What's that, like 170 years? That's a good amount of game time as well. It's not even just... I mean, I assume is there some simulation stuff in there as well? Because I imagine after a while that would get... Then again, would it get dull? Because you're sort of having to... Would you burn out like I did? Oh, 100%. Doing that is what burned me out the first time in 2016. Now I'm starting to realise. And then... I think Premier League years combined with other factors is what burned me out in 2024. And I think that I still haven't really fully recovered from that. Being able to watch players like wanking is why I love this job. Amazing. Do we know anything about the FM26 beta? We know that there's likely to be one. That's it. I think at some point, Daz, though, surely it's just a question of, like, if he doesn't have the players because his youth intake hasn't produced the players for him, outside of, like, stupidly overpowered tactics, and even then that would still be tough, there's not a lot you really can do, is there? I think this is why I was kind of glad that I binned the idea of that Beaconsfield save. That sounds like the exact worst thing I could have done. So only you. To be fair, Duke, you absolutely made that video. Your input to that video was fantastic. I mean, I'm still really proud of that video. I wouldn't do it again, but I'm extremely proud of the one that I managed to do the thing that I wanted to do, and it exists now in the world. Would have been maybe cool if I'd waited, would have been waiting forever, wouldn't we? Still wouldn't have been able to do it. It would have looked nicer, perhaps, in the 26 engine, because the actual game stuff. Keep it better than non-league come through for 50 seasons. Oh my god. That's... Therein is the inherent risk of doing that kind of stuff. By the way, we're 6th in the league now. I've just realised that we're now 9 points behind Monaco with them having a game in hand. It'd be so funny if I got sacked from Sochaux because of our league form. We may not even make Champions League at this rate. How far behind Champions League are we? We're 4 points behind now. Oopsie. Yeah, we saw that there was like a new trading screenshot earlier. It did reasonably well, Steve, but it wasn't like a... I understand now the reasons it didn't, and I'm still happy with the response that it got. Fired in the last stream would be very Cape Town Spurs coded. PSG not won a league title? No, I think I think Monaco did win one. Oh no. Yeah, Monaco did win one, but then Lille have actually had a couple of quite close runs. Looks very... It just kind of looks like the same thing, really, doesn't it? Which is fine. The same is not worse in those sort of areas. I'm actually content with the same. It eases my worries about things being missing. Yeah, Lille had a couple of good years where they really were up there. It wasn't even like PSG particularly fell off in those seasons either. Actually, they kind of did that year. Like, winning the league with 76 points is pretty naff. But like Lille, as you can see, like they were just so tight at the back. And then that year they had 87 points and only 3 defeats. 100 goals PSG scored and didn't win the league. That was our first season in the top flight, I think, wasn't it? Yeah. But now Lille unfortunately spent themselves into oblivion, which is why they're now in administration and had £600 million worth of debt at one point. Ah, awesome. Yes, excellent. Rested him for the fucking match and he just gets injured in training instead. Awesome. Just what we needed, another of our starting players missing for the Champions League. God, I'm starting to regret hiring that damn doctor. New screens. I think someone put a link in earlier. I think it was only one screen and it was the training screen from what I remember. Monaco lose, not that it makes any difference to us because we are absolutely effed in the A. Oh dear, this year has been nightmarish for injuries for us. We joint top on the injury table, but it's the fact that they are crucial players and the lengths of those injuries. It's nasty. But this team has pulled off miracles before. We're only 1 goal down. The problem is the morale that we're in. Because that is now 5 consecutive defeats in all competitions. Have we even scored a goal? Yeah, we did. Deserved to win that game. Lost it to 2 set-piece goals. With a better side in that game as well. Then we're just bad against PSG. Lost to Inter while being quite even. Then we're better side against Toulouse and lose 3-0. Christ. But it's FM. So maybe all of that will come back the other way and we'll beat Inter. Lorenzo will finally have a good game for once in his life. And it'll all be beautiful. That's the thing. It sort of The annoying thing is as well, with Griegbus, we really did manage him quite well. And then he goes away with Norway and gets injured there instead. Right, so Endorum to that. Matsuoka to that. Binder to that. Carapici to there. Anderson and DeMarco is fine. Anderson's probably good. He's the one saving grace here. I'm going to go with Carapici through the middle. And Lorenzo, he's at least getting into positions to get chances. He's just missing them. Whereas Eza's kind of been bad. I'm going to put Greetbush on the bench just in case. At least we didn't lose Alvarez. Like, he's got 8 goals this year, and if we could ever chip in for one, now would be the time. And Dora's had quite good performances lately. I'm just hoping that Lorenzo, today, he's had some shitters. Let this be the one where it works. Let me guess, they're going to start Jaleel Lawrence against. No, they did. Oh, yes, they have. Yep. He's thrown Jaleel in. I also forgot they've got Kelowna. How is... Yeah, actually, that's quite good for 23 years old. The only thing he's missing is insane jumping reach. Everything else is elite already. 84 million. I signed this guy on a whim just because he looked like his PA was quite high. That's wild. His technicals aren't amazing, actually. 15 heading, I suppose. He's only 13 tackling. Like, his aggression isn't that good either. He's still phenomenal, but he's been made up for in other areas, basically. Like, he is lightning fast. Stamina is insane. He'll just bully you off the ball. Does he know something we don't? Oh, I don't know. He's probably just having a lovely old time. Right. We move. Let's make this happen. It just occurred to me that I'm not going to be able to find Harv in the FM category, am I? I'm going to have to search around with his username and all sorts. We owe them. This is it. Champions League. Second leg. Make it happen, friends. I want 3-0 victory. Dardan Karapichi hat-trick through to the semi-finals. Cooking. I'm feeling it. It's not a bad team, but I would much rather have Velazquez, Barnetche, and... At least we've got Dennis back. We will learn. So it turns out it is LD. As I figured out when I was doing the thing last stream. Oh, their goalkeeper's injured. I'd like to think with 5 consecutive games of insane underperformance and bad luck, finally, we can get some luck in a game. Just anything. Kutrenkov, that's that Bulgarian guy I tried to sign once. No, it's actually L. He's got you all. It stands for Lieutenant Dan Harv. Oh, God. If they second phase us here, oh. That's just first phase. Okay, so it's 2-0 to Winter now. Set piece goal. That's what we do. Full title? Lieutenant Dan. That was an annoyingly cool corner, actually. Can't help but feel like one of our guys should have probably... Ivonek Niage. That's the one. Could have done without that, really. I mean, to be fair, if we equalise, there's still a chance, but we're going to require a genuine miracle now. We need someone to actually step up and carry this team, which hasn't happened for... Yeah, cool. Thanks for that. Best passer of the ball on the entire team. That's what I needed from you. I always knew, though, that passing stat was too good to be true. I mean, what is he doing here? What is Matt Swoker's passing again? Is it 18? 16 passing and 18 vision. Decisions? 15? Cool. Good decision there, bud. I like the part where you passed it directly to them. We're just getting nothing. The last 6 games has just been this. And it's really annoying, but you just feel like a passenger. Or is it setting us up for the ultimate... Never mind, because apparently we still can't complete a simple pass. Like, not one pass was completed in the making of this program. Right, tackle. We'll probably give it away again in a minute anyway. Right, slip it through. Oh. It does mean... I mean, I'm going to put it on attacking now, because we've got to take more risks, right? It means when we come back and win this tie, 4-3 on aggregate with 4 goals from now on, it is going to be an absolute vibe. Oh, slip him in. Dennis, there's a runner. Find the pass. It's Karapichi to get us a goal back. Right, drop it across for a tap-in. We're not done yet. DeMarco, blocked. Dennis again. Just got to find that pass. Right, we're back in it. Semir Binder. 2-1. Just need 2 more. Come on, lads. The dream is not dead yet. We're back. We finally managed to score a goal. Good lord. The amount of pinballry going on the edge of the box here, but I'm glad we were patient with it. We didn't overplay it. It's a lovely pickup from DeMarco. Binder's in the right place. More of that from you now, buddy. Comeback's on. Oh, think of the coefficient. We've got to take some more risks, but we'll get some bodies forward and see what we can do. Honestly, Lorenzo's been horrendous again. I'm honestly tempted into a first half, well, not even a first half, like a half-time sub for him, because he's the one guy outside of maybe Matsuoka who's definitely responsible for their goal that's been gash. So many options off the bench. You've got good match sharpness. Emeka Eze doesn't. Noah Winter. Here's your chance, buddy. Sorry, Basil. We yell. Playing a striker. A what? Can you spell that out for me? Smates wasn't in the squad, unfortunately. We couldn't register him. I was thinking that, but my thoughts before the stream was, what if we got to the Champions League final and Sven wasn't able to lift the trophy? Then what? Well, hey, it has happened. Our opponents have hit the post and it's not gone in the net. This looks to me more like Inter are just going to throw bodies. Then again, why would they be doing that? They're already winning the tie by 2 goals. I suppose when they're 2 up, they're probably just looking for that. Okay, Bilal. Take it down a notch. No need to overdo it. There's still time. 2 more goals for us and we're in. I'm actually going to turn off work ball into the box. Let us be a bit more fluid. Just to try to get a shot or two. Something that we can get on Alvarez's head from a corner or something. We've only had the 1 so far. And their goalie's injured, so I'm just hoping if we could take some shots at him. Oh, I don't want to put on a shoot on sight though, because that's just a waste of time. But just getting a few more shots on goal could be quite fruitful, just because of the way their goalkeeper is knocking an injury. Oh, nice. Here we go. Karapichi. Matsuoka. There's a runner. Please don't be the one you're not going to shoot, are you? Round the side. Yes. Anderson. Dennis. Yes. Come on. Dennis Anderson. We're back in it. It's 4. No, it's not. It's 3-2. Inter 2. Sochaux 2. Here we go. Dennis Anderson returns from the broken leg. Oh, here we go. Lovely from Matsuoka. The fact that he waits here as well. Doesn't, like, rush things. Makes up for his goal, his mistake earlier. Anderson, it does... No, it doesn't deflect. Okay. Let's go. Keep going, lads. It's fully game on. Okay. Right, Winter's in. Dardan Karapichi. There's no point in taking him off at this point. Kitchen appliance you consider yourself closest to. A waffle maker? Don't even own a waffle maker. Bilal's been okay, but this feels like a Habila kind of moment. Eric, I can't really change him. Matsuoka's been fine. DeMarco's no one to change there. Yurikov seems to have the ability to do things in big games for us. And I feel like this could be a great opportunity for him to do exactly that. But I also don't want to make changes for the sake of it. Do you know what? Actually, fuck it. Stefan. We might as well throw an actual strike player on for the last 10. An injury at Inter. Is that all their subs? No. Right. 15 minutes to go. I almost wish it's weird that this here and this here are considered like there's no like role in this little gap here. The hell? There was a fighter jet going over there. Oh, I can't actually use IMGA, unfortunately, because the Online Safety Act bans IMGA from being accessed in the UK because we're apparently children. Yurikov, right. That's all the same. Yeah, I know, mental. And obviously can't turn a VPN on while I'm streaming. Maybe a bit more width. I don't want to dick about it too much here because it's just often you end up backing your way out of a good tactic. I think we just kind of got to send it. Although maybe like a roll adjustment or two. Not there's really a lot I can change there. Yeah. Sick. Right. 15 minutes. It's what we've got. They are looking a bit dead. Like, Inter's team looks a lot more tired than our team does. Oh, awesome. Wait, hang on. Maybe this is all part of the plan. The build-up. It's Winter. Eric Winter. Was offside. Oh, man. I thought that was in. I thought that was our moment. Come on. 5 minutes to go. Shoot on sight just to throw some bodies in there? Don't want to play for set pieces because that's more of a defensive thing, even if that would work. You finally got a goalkeeper. It's still don't even know it. No. It's Eric. It's my boy Eric. More direct. Yeah, maybe actually. Don't want to throw too much at it. Otherwise it would just be too long. I actually might switch this. Do we have tall wingers? Fuck it, we're going to distribute over the opposition defence. Try and just fight their... that way we might win the second ball. Thing is, all-out attack doesn't do what you want it to do a lot of the time. It's better to just be on attacking than all-out attack, or whatever it's called, because that just means long-range shots from nobody. I think this is a better approach. I mean, it's probably not going to see any more highlights anyway, but we can dream. Just whack some crosses in. I mean, actually, do we want early crosses? There's not going to be anyone on the box, is there? Just show me a highlight. Give me something to believe in. What makes that more hurtful is the fact that that second goal for Inter was entirely avoidable. If Matt Swoker doesn't just our best passer of the ball on the team just decides to randomly pass it to their striker who's running through on goal. Things you just don't need in games like that. It's annoying because we've actually given a really good account of ourselves over 2 legs. And frankly, we're probably quite good value to take it further than this. Not to say beat Inter, but we probably were good value to at least go to extra time against them. That first leg was a real iffy. The thing is, though, this is what happens when you don't have... Most of our crucial players are injured. At least we didn't lose. We stopped the run of results, I guess. God damn, that's so irritating. I mean, to be fair, our second goal wasn't that dissimilar from Inter's one, really. Although, in a way it was, because we still won the ball in the midfield and still had a lot of work to do, but it was very similar. Ah, dearie me. £9 million for that, not that it matters. Karapichi suspended for something. Thing is, though, we've got 5 games to go. Now, admittedly, a lot of these are quite winnable. Auxerre and Lille, they'll be tough, but Montpellier away, Paris at home, and Lyon... We have got to get some wins here. Go, Chalet. Look at him. Oh, look at him in all his glory. He'd obviously fallen off a little bit by the end, but he was a bloody good player. Sold him for a decent amount of money in the end. God, he loved a big match, did old Gertie boy. God, who's this fat fuck? Sitting down, no less. Can't believe it. The gall of the man. What's in the bottom right? Oh, could you not see my face? It's just my face. It's not something you're going to want to see that often. I trust me. I mean, I'd like to think that now that we've got all these injuries, now that we've got less football, I suppose we can focus on the league and try to get back into the Champions League. But we've got a lot of work to do now. Like, we're 4 points behind Stade Rennais. Auxerre are actually above us now. What are the board... Yeah, this is the thing, Harv. I'm trying to think, like, how do I even do that? So at least, I mean, to be fair, they didn't care about the cup. Well, they did care about the cup and were unhappy with us. We're expected to qualify for the Champions League. And that is really annoying. I mean, obviously we would have kept our job anyway because... I say would have kept our job as if we're... Do we start simming? No. Because what would be the point in that? If we were to sim those 5 games, then we just finish even sooner, and then there's nothing beyond that anyway. 2 hours of Megabonk. I don't think my computer would handle Megabonk in streaming. Right. Although, this is the perfect time for incredibly silly lookups. What? Let John T. Baldy leave the club. Lads, I'm more than happy to. Why are you even talking about this? Let John T leave. Held her against... I love that. Held her against his will with the contract that he willingly signed that is paying him £30,000 a week. Just against his will. Won't somebody think of the £35,000 a week player? Against his will. Hold on the screen. Oh, really? Oh, speaking of, actually, I probably have a player, right? I think Manny's probably got someone good for me. Pog sending me pictures of boats. Naturally. That's all she does these days. My renewal invitation from Tesco Bank Insurance is here. The dream. Can't wait until that's way more for absolutely no reason. Right, Manny. I upgraded my stadium again. I've got level 8 now. Of course, it does mean that everything takes forever. So even the basic upgrade takes like 3 days. So, Manny. So I can just hold the screen. Like that. Oh! That was massively It's Amad Diallo. The thing is, he's actually got quite good points. You do lose the anticipation, yeah. He's got quite good points, but 1.8 million is quite a large salary cap hit. I think I'm going to reject. For this week, at least, anyway. Not a big fan of that. Not great. I thought it meant that it just kind of went through a little bit more. Yeah, happy to be held hostage in France while being paid 30 grand a week. The Rime Reynoso. Thing is, Reynoso would have actually made an absolutely wonderful number 10. Like, his attributes comparable to someone like Barnetche. Now, obviously, he's a lot older than Barnetche, so his mental attributes would have had an enormous opportunity to improve. God, he got really good, didn't he? 171 goals in 178 games for Sirens. He was a little bit tasty. Because the thing is, Barnetche, despite being obviously our main man at the moment, he's still 24 years old. Think of all the mental... and he's already got really good mentals, but think of all the upgrades we would have seen in his mental attributes long term, given that he's only 24 now, and like his pace and stuff. I mean, obviously, he's both... Oh, dear. Actually, his hatred of big matches probably would have been the thing that really cost him long term, and I do wonder if over the long term, if Greet Boost would have eventually overtaken him, because he doesn't have injury proneness, and he's consistent. We don't know about his big matches. But he's got 5 goals this season, all in the league. His Champions League performances have actually been kind of mid, mostly off the bench. One test game with this tactic with the Sirens. Which tactic? Because I don't think I've actually got those things saved anymore. Actually, I probably do. Garnier, he is... Oh, the Sirens team. My apologies. Sorry, yeah. So in my head, I read that as I thought you wanted the Sirens tactic with this team, not the other way around. Last stream. It's the last stream of the safe. Because this is the end of the season and there's not going to be time for us to do another full season because that takes like 5 or 6 streams. Simpost. Where did he end up? He's probably still on like 24 himself, isn't he? Not Simpast. That's what I do actually when I'm on holiday. Oh, he's a Partisan now. Barely playing. 61 caps for Estonia. I don't even know if I have the save to hand for Sirens. I mean, I'm sure it's somewhere, but I might have actually deleted it off my hard drive so that because obviously it's been uploaded elsewhere. So was he just basically mid? I mean, mid is better than nothing. So did we know about... Let me just find... Where am I looking here? Be an average rating, right? Yeah, he's 22. Yeah, so he's kind of middle of the road. Doesn't have good big matches, but doesn't like them either. Sorry, doesn't dislike them either. I can't remember. Did Kilaza didn't... I've actually forgotten where Kilaza was like. Oh, so he did like them. I mean, his average rating's been pretty good. Only 24 conceded in 28. Like, his one-on-ones were excellent. I think it's the reflexes that really let him down. He just was not as good. And I think Garnier has been able to cover the gap to the one-on-one. I mean, Kilaza's still got insane one-on-ones, but Garnier's closed that gap quite dramatically in recent seasons. just try... Where's Group Boost gone again? I want to see what his development chart looks like. I imagine it's pretty insane. It's ironic, really, that the one thing that hasn't been touched at all, the Siren save, nice. I'll just get that up on the other screen. I was just going to download. Well, it's downloading somewhere. I think that's probably going to go into my default downloads folder or something. Just so we've got it, just in case. Yeah, he's... Was he just really good to begin with? Because obviously he has improved, but we're mostly seeing like 1s and 2s here. A couple of little random 3s on a few things he's been working on specifically. Just a look up. No, yeah, that was only like 4 minutes ago. We're still looking through various things at the moment. Thank you, Jambalaya. For the tier 1 at 26 months. That's a lot, my friend.
I am mildly hyped for the world's highest streamer to play FM26 soon.
Definitely we'll try that out, James. We've only got 5 league games left. End of the save. The end of the season will be the end of the save. Because we do need to get... I don't want to get sacked as my last step in French football. Though that would be very us. Sun City. I assume it's these guys. Asociação Desportiva Sun City. I assume that's meant to be the Sun. Benji Webb of Skindred. Does he? I've never made that connection, to be honest. And I have seen both live. At the same venue, no less. Not the same gig. That would be strange. Skindred was supporting Bullet for My Valentine. Any players? I don't believe so, no. It's a Macau club, so unfortunately not. Hoi Kit Cheng. Wang Chi Hong in it. Yeah, no, unfortunately not. Live it down. Well, I lived it down last time, Shadow Plays, because this exact scenario has actually happened before when I was managing in South Africa for the last stream. Oh my god. What the fudge? Oh my goodness. Biff, thank you very much for the 10 gifted subs. What are we doing here? Technically, we've still got the looking forward to go for Sunday. Bloody hell. Hands on hips. No, I've had that emote for a while. Someone made a meme of me when I was just stood with my hands on my hips like that for ages when this exact thing happened, so I just turned it into the new gifted sub emote because I felt it was more apt than just sub hype. Holy shit, Biff, thank you very much. Where's my button for the presents? There we go. I need to start some new stuff for that. New stuff. Oh, this one. We don't need too many of them. Oh, my Christ. Thank you, though. It's extraordinarily nice of you. Let me just click that one there. And... Oh, I actually just realised I was just showing Busty Boy's progress. Itankor. Just thank you everyone that stuck with me, I suppose, over the last 2 years. With the game cycle being what it was and my YouTube content being virtually non-existent for the last sort of 18 months anyway. I don't think you realise how much I appreciate it and how much I intend to sort of pay that back. Hopefully once my brain go better. Oh! Is that an acorn on the squirrel's head? Like, why is the acorn apparently... It looks like the acorn is assaulting the squirrel. God, I wish like with the kits, you could click this and the badge would get bigger as well. Because I want to see a close-up of the squirrel being bashed on the head with an acorn. Very different vocal styles. Still great vocalists, though. Eating good on November 4th. Here's hoping. I think it's the most excited I've been about a save for a very long time. Actually, I was very excited about doing this save, to be fair. Just because it was something different. I hadn't streamed a save other than Building a Nation in years. CF... Oh, this is CF Moana, then. That's definitely not the word you... Oh, it actually was. My God. CF Moana... Oh, I love how B-Tech it is. It's just... Also, why does it look like the shield is kind of a bit limp? Like, even the bits at the side almost look like a t-shirt. Bob the Baller? It's exactly as... Oh, they've even got a player. They've actually got several players. All of whom are apparently called Dave or David. We've got Davy Nguma, Davy Dika Utumi, David Muiti, David Agula, David Mavungu. Everyone's just called Dave. Gabon, the land of Daves. They've also got Eric and Dong Mei. Up the Daves, innit? They've actually got quite a lot of players. Anyone wanted by anyone crazy? Sadly not. Oh, thank you, Wills. It helps me as much as it helps you. Believe me. Jerry Lewis. You've got to have Jerry Lewis. If you don't, what are you doing? Cafu Cheng. Yeah. He's probably still on the books at... how did I spell? There he is. Oh, he's at Lillestrøm now. Wow, that did not work out at all, did it? To think we were really excited about him. I paid 1.4 million for him, only for him to play in the... well, what even is that? The 5th or 6th tier of Spanish football for Tenerife C. Did get a season fully completed in the 2nd tier for Tenerife B, to be fair. Played appallingly, but he did at least play. Then it was back down to the 3rd tier, and then released for free to go to Norway for a little bit. God damn. What did we see? Oh, wait. The only thing we liked about him was because he was labelled the next Cafu, wasn't he? I don't remember Cafu slumming it about in the lower leagues of Spain before going to Norway, but that might be just me misremembering history. Correct me if I'm wrong. Wait. Oh, that's fine, yeah. Yeah, the only downside is with that save file for the Sirens thing, I don't think I'd be anywhere near a game, would I? Because it would be likely at the end of a season. I wonder what these team reports were actually down to now. I've been ignoring them for like a while now. That's mad. I've been basically ignoring these for ages now. We're only down to 668. I made a Newcastle big shout to Don Broco just for the walk alone. I haven't been to any... The last gig I went to was actually... No, it was last December, to be fair. It was Dayseeker. But we had to leave early because of our stupid train getting cancelled. But hopefully I'm going to I Prevail and Polaris next year in like September, which would be really, really fun at Alexandra Palace. Wow, Italy have actually done England this year. Speaking of, actually, what about the other competitions? It's all very well us doing bits, but who's chefing elsewhere? Casapia into the semi-finals of the Conference League. Love that for you. Along with Sevilla and Willem II. So it's going to be a Newcastle-Sevilla final, because it always is. In fact, hasn't that happened like loads of times already? Oh no, it was the Europa League. I do quite like Ali Pally, even if that hill is an absolute pain in the arse. Europa League? Porto, Barcelona, Monaco, Villa. Wow, what a... Porto, Barcelona, Monaco, Villa as the Europa League semis. But the top scorer actually comes from Palermo, which is fun. Just whizzing Barcelona in it. Didn't they not even win the group stage? Oh, no, they did. Along with Monaco, in fairness. Yeah, Willem's reserve team. And what a guy Willem is. You used to be able to get a bus up to the top of it, but it was just, yeah. It's very... The Europa League has looked very Champions League-y for a while in this. Like, Manchester City are the reigning champions of it. I remember one time when I went to see Bullet for My Valentine at Ali Pally, this was a long time ago, there was a train strike as well, so we had to get the bus to get to there in the first place. It was a nightmare. Just logistical nightmare. That, and I have to be careful when going to any gig in London from here, because I can't really afford to miss my last run out of King's Cross, because although they sometimes run a bit later than they used to out of Liverpool Street, they're a lot more inconsistent for me, and while it's very quick, if I miss it, absolutely screwed. Right. This is the beginning of us turning it around, winning our last 5 games. I can feel it. See, even Stefan's back. Could have done with that before, but that's okay. Oh, have we got full up, close up squirrel behaviour here? This is what I need to see in my life. Right, show me the money. Watch control. I see. There you go. So the acorn is somewhat incidental in this scenario. It's not like it's bonking the squirrel per se. It's just sort of there. Which I feel like has missed the trick. Like, if you've got a squirrel and an acorn, why is the squirrel not interacting with the acorn? It's very DreamWorks, isn't it? Yes. What zoom level am I on? 270. There you go. We've investigated the mystery of the zoomed-in acorn. So you run through the station and go, God, that was a life... I say a lifesaver. I would have just caught a later train, but that train was perfectly timed for me because I would have been on one of the commuter trains after that if I'd missed that train from King's Cross. So shout out to whichever viewer that was, possibly someone from YouTube, I think, because it's never been mentioned since, that actually saved my arse that day. Just running through the barriers, and this guy goes, Matt, what train are you looking for? That's why you always got to carry a confused face. That might just be my resting confused face, in fairness. By Thursday confirmed, I very much doubt it, Herring. I'm still predicting next Tuesday or Monday. Possibly, yeah. That would be where I would put my cash. Alex Chowie, Matt Swoker, Claudio, and Durham. I'm going to give Durham a little run properly in the team now, I think. I think he's earned it. Greet Bruce is absolutely dead on his feet, though, so we can't really start this game. But I'm going to give it... yeah, Eze. We actually want to take these games a little bit more seriously now. Says man who's been starting a 52-year-old up front. I can't ever feel like that might be part of the reason why we didn't win games. This is all me complaining about X, Y, and Z, but I was playing a 52-year-old up front. He wasn't the one missing the chances, though, so it is odd. It's almost like the game's going, come on, you're not taking this seriously? You're just going to miss all the other chances, too. Where's Svenny Boy, actually? Yeah, he needs to be on the bench, at least. Because, like, realistically, am I going to bring on a goalkeeper? No, of course not. For experience. Man's got more experience than anyone could ever dream of while being 52. That'll do. So we've got to be a millionaire streamer. One day I maybe will be, but today's not that day. I'm not even really a 1,000-dare streamer. I've had red injuries to both goalkeepers. Oh, I've never seen an AI team have to put an outfield player in goal before because it shouldn't really happen. That's the dream, nothing specific. Shoot on sight, presumably, right? Browsing badge packs. It's crazy that we still haven't discovered all the craziness. And there'll be brand new ones too because we got the women's badges. Sven has definitely got to be... yeah, I'm going to make sure he's on the bench for the rest of the season because particularly if we find ourselves in front in games, it would be nice to see Sven get like a goal or an assist or some kind of compliment to the team for the rest of the year. I could totally see us actually winning out now, randomly. After losing 6 consecutive games, or no, technically it was 5, wasn't it? Because we actually didn't lose in Italy. Which makes losing that home leg even more annoying. The fact that we actually went to Italy, did exactly what I wanted and got a draw there. If we'd have just had one solid performance at home, we'd have actually managed to get to the semis. What I think it does show is that with a couple more seasons, this team actually probably could have been up there to challenge in the Champions League, or at least be like a regular late-stage team in there. Like, I know we threw everything at it this year to sort of try and speed up the process a little bit, but I think if we'd have bided our time and maybe been a bit more sensible with some of the transfers, we actually could have... 3 or 4 years, and I think this team could have been chefing. Although it would depend how many more serious injuries Tristan Barnetche gets, because if both of his ankles were completely shot to pieces, that's going to be a red card. Jean-Alain Boumsong. Red card for Ozzy. This is the perfect opportunity for us now to break this cycle. Right, what's their system? Ooh, they've gone full defensive. On the expert, he sits at the very top of that table. No one could possibly be higher. I think the oldest player in the game... Would you want to be any closer? Stop twatting it. I think the one thing that could have made our goalkeeping situation slightly better is to have goalkeepers with more teamwork. Because watching on my goalkeepers constantly clart the ball down the field when I have it set to distribute to centre-backs and full-backs is very annoying. And since neither of them have got the highest of teamwork, that's almost certainly the reason for it. Trying to replace Barnetche? No. We wouldn't have been able to. It just comes down to, like, we wouldn't have been able to find a player of his quality that would, A, join us, and 2... Oh, what? Right, well, we've just given the 10 men a penalty. We are going to finish the season in absolute ignominy, aren't we, with this kind of crap constantly happening. Well done, Eric. Surprised he's not going to get a booking for this. Ah, fuck's sake. So we are going to lose this game 1-0, because 10 men, once they're in front, you're not doing shit. Oh, what a save! What a save. I mean, it wasn't even like justice or anything. That was a blatant penalty. Maybe this is the beginning of us finally turning it around. Couple of goals in the second half as they start to tire out a little bit. Get Denny on. Kind of go from there. Is my Twitch chat just completely... There we go. That was weird. My Twitch chat just completely disconnected. How weird. Ah, yes. Run ahead of it, why don't you? But no, I think Greet Boost may have eventually overtaken Barnetche, but that would have happened slowly over time, where eventually Tristan would have got like one more serious injury that would have forced him into the team a load more. I think he's offside there. Oh. There is no hope for us. It did look a little on the offside, but like, for crying out loud. Just give us some kind of break. More attacking play. It just means take more risks. At the end of the day, if the tactic's good, the tactic's good. Taking more risks is unlikely to mean that we're going to suddenly score more goals. If anything, it just means we're likely to concede. Like, basically, if the tactic you've got is good and is able to score, create chances, then playing against 10 men shouldn't mean you should have to then change it even more. If anything, you might... The reason I don't make loads of tactical tweaks when things like that change in the game state is because I feel like you're more likely to just tweak your way out of a good tactic than you are to tweak your way into one. I use that as a last resort. So, like, at 70 minutes, if we're still creating fuck all, which, to be honest, we kind of are, honestly. But that's often because when teams go down to 10 men, they just completely stall the game out. I'll be amazed if there's even any highlights in the second half. I think, honestly, I'm better off making substitutions to change things rather than changing to very attacking or anything. It is disappointing to see this little creativity against a team with 10 men, though. But also, with the way that this team's played lately, I'm also not really surprised by it either. Lorenzo, maybe? Tucci third. Oh, Dennis is... No, actually, I'm going to do that because I'm going to bring Noah Banal on in the middle. We're going to run the changes, all 5. Fuck it, let's go. Like, drawing to 10 men here would be... Because that would be 7 matches without a win now. It does show you how important it is for us to have that, like, focal point frontman TM. Oh, go on. Axel Alvarez, bail us out. Just anything like that would be delightful. We can't even score those. We can't even score those. My God. That's embarrassing, man. I mean, we wouldn't even deserve a win if we got it at this point. They've been pretty good since 10 men. Right, now we've got the last 10 minutes. We might as well throw it on attacking and see what happens. If we end up losing to 10 men here, that would be just like, okay, just put me out of my misery now. But I don't think we've had a spell of like more than one draw in a row this season. It feels like we've either lost every game or won every game. That was definitely a foul. Elak Chow has 100% scythed his man down there and he's got away with it. Right, here we go. Even if it's just 1-0 here, it's a big win over Auxerre, who are directly above us in the league, so that will help in terms of progress. And, importantly, it will get the morale going back in the right direction. Right, come on, a tap in for somebody, anybody. Mekawa. The thing is, it's not going to be given as a penalty. We're just going to have to sit here and wait for them to not give it as a penalty now. Oh my... Well, it's been given. The second penalty of the game has been given. I don't know who's on our penalties because Binder's no longer on the pitch. It's a very short man. It's Matsuoka. Scores. We lead. Matsuoka in the 84th minute. I think that's his first goal of the season. He's not been particularly, like... He scored a lot of bangers last year. But this year, he's not really been much of a goal scorer for us, to be fair. He's usually been a goal scorer for the other team, in fact. Right, let me turn that off of... Oh, wait. It never switched. Okay, that was weird. Ah, yes. I see the plan here. Is the plan to let them into a false sense of security, win the ball back off them, and... Oh, what are you doing? Right, please somebody get hold of the ball. There we go. Right, let's build it out from the back. Come on. Sven is on... By the way, Sven is on a 7.0. Did Sven get the assist for that? No, he can't have done it. It was a penalty. How is Sven on a 7 rating in this game? Oh, my God. No. I'm going to stand over here while they score. It's coming. That must be offside, surely. What a save! Cook one up. Yeah, I don't want to plan in advance for the tactics sort of thing because it's like, I'd rather see what the... I don't know how the game's going to play, right? So there's no point in me thinking of a tactic until such time as we can even get our hands on the game because the things that work in 24 may not work in 26. Hey, it's a goal! There we go. Axel Alvarez. That was what I was actually looking for. Oh... Right, finally we can relax a little bit. We've got a very, very important win, which helps the morale, helps the team improve, and Lorenzo's got an assist as well. Gets us further back up the league again, and that means we've got 3 of our last 4 games are at home in the league as well. So, puts the pressure on the other teams. I think top 4 is still doable. Yeah, Viswa is still the save for the main game anyway, not for the beta, obviously. 10 men. I was kind of hoping against it. Wow, a 9.0 rating for Bastion. That was needed. He's been a bit hit and miss in the league as of late. Bailed us out a few times in Europe, but to be fair, a performance like that where he's prevented 1.75 is going to bump him right back up the advanced goalkeeping stats screen. But I definitely want to, like, with the in and out of possession stuff, it's going to take me a while to get used to it. So I suspect with Slavia, it'll be relatively minimal swings until we get to grips with how that's actually going to function. Selchuk, thank you for the follow.
It's good you came in summer.
But once I get to grips with it, then I'll be starting to... I feel like with Viswal, that's when we'll really start cracking out the crazy shit because we'll have the opportunity to test stuff in the league a little bit more. He actually only made 5 saves in that game. Right. Prefers to who? They're kind of comparable, honestly. This guy's a world-class keeper. Second leg against Hoffenheim. That second leg against Hoffenheim was pretty good. But most of that wasn't even purely down to the tactic. That was just Thiago Henrique getting the game by the balls and saying, right, lads, I'm going to destroy the opponent. And really, had he not done that, we'd have probably won a Champions League by now. Because I suspect that him doing that is pretty much what cost us our job at Tenerife. His decision to, like, completely go ape in that game. Wait, really? I guess that run of absolute appallingness in the league where every shot was going in and we couldn't score to save our lives is absolute. He went down to being negative numbers. He was at like +5 at one point. And he gained 1.75 in that last game. Jesus. I mean, he's still above, which is probably more than Killar's would have done, but that is a little bit disappointing. That little run we went on really has cost us a lot of our basic metrics. Because I think we're still probably the second best in the league in terms of XG, or expected, like, points or whatever. So there's Racing Club. Oh, no. They're not in my badge pack. That's disappointing. Have you got a link to the badge, potentially? So I can have a closer look. I'll refund your points for that. Oh, we're willing to bet we're still second on here. We're actually only... we're third. -1 on goals scored, which makes a lot of sense, honestly. God, we're on 14 goals better off. Shout out to Troyes, who are a -11. That's good. Oh, here we go. I mean, it's a football with legs, or I say legs. It looks like a... Is it a Goomba? From Mario. I think it's Mario, maybe. It looks a little bit like that. Potentially. Either way, it's horrifying. So we have like a player lookup command for things like that. I hope that's all good. Hairy Goomba, yes. I've been called worse. I'm ball with feet. So I guess it is in fact a football, yeah. Yeah, Sexy Poxy are where it's at. PSG are actually only 20 points clear. I say only 20 points clear as if that's like some Feta headed for a award. For a second I thought it was about Alexander Feta and I was about to get really sad. I do miss that man so much. He was such a good footballer for us. That's what I was going to do. Have a little look back. Yeah, we did have a little run of draws there, I suppose. Because it was that spell of results as well where we just couldn't buy a win. And then the start of the season where all we did was win, basically. Calais confirmed British. PSG. I mean, the thing is, their squad, you're not really going to recognise anyone in their squad because obviously they're not... I don't think they have a single real player in their team, do they? The oldest player in their squad is 30. Oh, is he? No, the oldest player in their squad is a regen as well. I mean, they are obviously a very good team. They've got a guy who's got... Oh, it's Granada. Alec Young, I've never seen him before, actually. It's quite an eclectic bunch, actually. Diab... Jeff, thank you for the 20 gifted subs. What the hell? I'm kind of glad I've actually got something on the screen right about now, honestly. There we go, called Lars Palmer. Holy Christ, thank you so much. That is mad. But instead of saying what I normally do, where they, I thank you very much. That is incredibly nice of you, and I'm extremely grateful. You have no idea how much that means to me, and to the people in the chat that would have just been gifted those subs as well. So now they can have access to that silly emote. I hope you're having a fantastic day, and I hope your day continues to be fantastic, and I hope that the pillow for you is always the cold side. What more can I say? That's extremely nice. I just need to progress to a game now, so I can collect my thoughts. Who am I kidding? I've never been able to collect my thoughts in my life. Yet. It was funny actually. They sent a letter to my GP, and they sent me like a PDF version of the letter to show basically what they were sending. And it had a lot of like my test results for things like the QB check tested it, and it measures it on like this anything over 50 basically is like trouble, bruh. So I scored a 52, but it was measured on almost like a speedometer on a car. So it was like green, grey, red, me. I was like, okay. Do you know what the perfect time for a How Rich Ultras is right about now? I did a quarterback check. Turns out I'm Josh Allen. And I'll do one of those afterwards. Why the fuck not? Yeah, chat, How Rich Ultras time. A 1, a 2, a 3, a 7, a 9, a 12. Other letters also are involved.
And I'm in the house where the coffee's green and the food is grouse, with sandwiches and lasagna too.
Ice cream sundaes for me and you.
I'm Andrew Harrell and I'm in the house where the coffee's green and the food is grouse, with sandwiches and lasagna too.
Ice cream sundaes for me and you.
I try not to lose my temper with myself.
Oh, goodness sake and shit and balls.
The minute you get uptight, you're dead.
In honour of re-mentioning Josh Allen, it would be kind of rude if I didn't now do a Josh Allen mode, wouldn't it? And since a load of you have now got access to the Josh Allen emotes, courtesy of Jeff and Biff, what a perfect time to use them it would be. And a 5, and a 4. Actually, I'm just going to press it, because you know what to do. Spam those Josh Allens. Lovely. Very important. We did well, chat. That's nice. It's nice to keep that refreshed. That will stick around. I find myself using that next year for some apparent reason. Harbish Vulture. It's good to have, isn't it? Whereas the Josh Allen chat, it's not a redeem. It's basically I use this as and when. Or sometimes when I accidentally click it because it happens to be on the same button as my sub hype emote. And if I'm on the wrong page of my stream deck, sometimes it gets accidentally triggered. Lovely. Oh. Permalink on Joshy. There he is. In all his... They've really done... Bear in mind, this was the face pack picture that FM included. This wasn't like one of my face pack pictures. This is the one that is the default to the game. The poor man has been done dirty. Wait. Oh, that's good. The gap's down to 2 now. Monaco drew. Lille and Stade Rennais drew. We beat Auxerre. We're back in the battle, baby. I'm taking you to the snack zone. Speaking of which, that should be out in a couple of days, right? Is it Wednesday, usually? At some point, I might just end up getting Nebula. New FM releases. Yes, the 4th of November, Yakinta. That is the official date. Ooh. Probably should do that. Wednesday. There we go, yeah. We might as well let Santi go now. He can't play any league games for the rest of the season. Friday, maybe on next week. No, the 4th of November. Unless you're working on a different time, in which case, fair play. Share me your time travel secrets. I will accept them and put them in my big machine, otherwise known as my car. Flux capacitor's out of order at the moment, but I'll get it back. Which means I actually still have got 4 games to play. And possibly, if there's time, a bit of Sirens. Remember the 2 weeks before the 4th of November. They do like a big old firework display at the cathedral, which I'm really looking forward to because didn't get to experience it last year because I hadn't moved here until a couple more weeks. It's nearly been a year since I've lived here, which is wild. Gombak United of Singapore, what are we saying? Oh my Christ. Oh no, the ball being off-centered like that is a disgrace to the artistic community. Not to mention this... it's giving guy in a suit on a game show that's there to stop you from getting to do some kind of obstacle course. Valverde's off. How much did I pay for him? It was very little, wasn't it? Was it free? Big fan. You can time travel. Fair enough. What's 26 like? What's your favourite feature? Oh. Wait, what? Bro was 5-star a minute ago and worth £7 million. What have you done to my boy? Sounds like Fran Santos was the man we were looking for all along. To let you know. So that was actually Halloween. The day of Pog marching upstairs to let me know, and I say marching, it was like a scrambling. It was a proper hands and feet jobby. That's not a sentence you should say. It was a proper like all fours climbing up the stairs, got to get there fast. I can still remember her. We got the house, Matthew. I know. I heard myself. But it's out there now. We'll live with it. We'll move on and begin our new lives the other side of that particular statement. We can do it together if we really want. I remember that day actually because after stream the first thing we did was go to B&M and look at furniture. The amount of times I went to B&M over the next couple of weeks was outrageous. On the plus side, I have promised Pog that I will take her to the big B&M in Cambridge this weekend because we're going for a pottery day where we're just going to potter about your B&Ms, your ranges, your home bargains and stuff like that. We haven't done that for a while. I feel like I owe her one of those types of days. Harv would never be caught dead saying such things. He's a very smart man. He's a very well put together and well spoken individual who would never say anything out of turn, you know. You're going to get a really... This is where Harv is actually just like naturally just an incredibly good streamer. To be fair, he's got the personality for it, so we'll see if he can present that to y'all. I'm excited. I know I'm popping on the moment I finish stream. One of the things you don't need... Oh, I know. To be fair, what we do need to get right now, because we've basically planned out how we want to do the rest of this room and finally get rid of that stupid fucking canvas wardrobe in our room. And we're going to replace our chest of drawers, which fell down, if you recall. Source those pictures I showed you. With one from IKEA. And then slowly start replacing things and get these like storage things for the back of the doors that can hide things. So we can finally get all of this clothes and crap out of the corner of this room and get Pog's desk sorted and everything for her work stuff. And then she's just got her own space in there too. We'll get like an L desk, that way she can have a mirror on it as well. Because we're still using like a floor standing mirror that we just lean up against things. Take over the team was destined by the stars. What a point, it was my assistant right before I leave. There's a very good chance that Andy Robertson could be the new boy. Harvey's the king of the mods. He's a good friend of ours as a collective group. Why did I do that? Knowing full well that he was going to do something stupid. Dennis can start. And Svenny back to the bench. Because Sven made an impact in the last game. And he deserves to be on the bench for this game. It's where he deserves to be. I love that they still have Tom Muller. No amount of debt was ever going to make them sell the man who... They've still only paid £30 million. King Mod. I think that's how it should work, Jesse. I will be starting a campaign of Matt for Mod. The second we get in there. He's now about to realise how disruptive that is. And he won't care at all. Right, I'm going to have a quick pee break, chat, because I actually did remember to do a whiz quiz one for you today. And this one's quite a difficult one as well. So since we're going a bit longer because of Harv today, the things you do for love. I'll be back in a sec, chat. Okay, so maybe not as difficult as I thought. It's, yeah, Jan Steshkal. How the fuck did he played for like QPR in the 90s? Crazy people. Bloody hell. Also, Alex, I don't know if you're still in chat. But yes, you're more than welcome to use this Survival Specialist thing. I got your email. I thought I'd have a little look through my phone while I was going downstairs. And yeah. Please, also, please never feel the need to ask me stuff like that. I don't own the rights to any of these sort of things. It's just ideas at the end of the day, right? If it inspires you to do something like that yourself, that's awesome. I'm flattered more than anything, right? Right, cool. Let's go. Is he really? What was I listening to? I was listening to a podcast the other day and they were talking about how it was a hockey podcast. Well, thank you. That was very kind of you, man. Yeah, sick. It was about how it was like an NHL player was now just the random mayor of a town in North Dakota or something. When expecting the F-26 beta! Exclamation mark beta, and you will find out. If I owned agent videos being made, man, I thought I'd have to make some of them, right? I actually really can't wait to do an agent video soon. Because I just, with 2 years, I want I want like a Dowman one or something like that. This is where the ability for me to do them is completely removed. I don't know how that would be possible, really, because as long as there's an in-game editor, it's all good. The caffeine consumption continues. And you can blame Harv for this. Sweden fired them. Yeah, that makes sense. Haven't they lost to Kosovo like back-to-back now? Is it 1 point? I thought Kosovo were going to be higher, but then I realised the only team they'd beaten was Sweden. Sweden should be so much better than that. They have some unbelievable players. They really are mudded. They've got no chance. They should be. I say deserve to be. You don't deserve to be, because obviously if they deserve to be, they would, right? But it's embarrassing, is it? Oh, okay. Interesting decision. My Big Tesco doesn't stock it either, Bagpuss. This is from Boots. The only place I've been able to get this is in Boots. Oh, and a random Morrison's in Aberdeen. But I'm probably not going to go to Aberdeen just to get an energy drink I like. I was so excited when I was in there. We were in there looking for matches. And I saw it and I was like, right, give me a minute. I'm just going to go grab a load of these. It's just delicious. Ilano! Thank you for the 34 months. Was it John Dale Thomason? Why did I think he was Danish? I don't know why. He just strikes me as a Danish man. Whether that's an insult or not, I don't know. But oh, he actually is Danish. Agent Don. Nobody knows anything about the beta. You'll know when the beta is released because it will be downloading onto your computer, basically. That's how it always has been. I was going to say, he seems Danish on account of being Danish. Maybe he took the potato out for a bit. We've been genuinely shocking in this game. Like, what are we doing, lads? You've got no excuses now. We've got Greet Boost back now. The only player we're really missing is... Actually, we're still missing Velasquez, in fairness. But we've got Axel Alvarez. Who needs him? A dub over Lille would be tremendous. Back a few centuries. I know. Not since the dissolution of the Kalmar Union have things been this bad. This is where there was nothing to do with the Kalmar Union, because I think that was Sweden and Norway or something, wasn't it? I don't know. Either way, Scandinavia, consider yourself offended. Take your hugger and stuck it. It is strange to have a strike force of Isak and Gyökeres and to be losing to Kosovo. I guess that suggests there's bigger issues as well, not just the lack of scoring, but, you know, the defensive side of the game, I guess. And, oh, what a block. Wait, is that not a foul? The Great Dane is from Germany. You hate to see it. But is he at least from that bit of Germany that's right near Denmark? Is it Kiel? You'd love to see it, Basil. I'll try harder next time. Oh, hello. Go on, Matsuoka, buddy. Oh, look at this. It's Dennis. He's all the way through. He's not shot. Okay. Oh, come on now. Grand Danois. Why does that... It sounds so French. I just call it Lower Denmark. Or is that just what it stands for? That was a good chance, actually. About bloody time. I guess a 0-0 draw against Lille wouldn't be the worst result in the world, particularly with how well they've played. It's nice to know that at least Garnier's back to his best. Right, who are we changing other than everybody? If I could sub you all, I would. It's crazy that Dennis Anderson is only a 2-star rated player in this team now when you consider how good he actually is. DeMarco. You as well. Bit of Bilal while we're at it. To Albania. Ooh. Yeah, I bet that was an absolute mess. Your autocorrect goes Danish. It's fine. You don't have to apologise for being Danish around here. Apologise to the Swedish national team immediately. Schleswig-Holstein. What was the question? What part of northern Germany is really hard to say. Is this like Jeopardy? That's a
Do you know if there's
actually okay result in the end.
Oh yes, very soon.
Considering the lack of money, they sure do have some good players. Redeskimo. Redeskimo. That makes way more sense than Redeskimo. Thank you for the follow. Excellent bacon and leg. Oh, I had a bacon and cheese panini yesterday. Pog and I, when Pog took me out for a walk, because, you know, like when you were a kid and you had like a doctor's appointment or a hospital appointment, it was a little bit more serious, and your parent would be like extra sort of kid gloves with you that day, and they'd be like, oh, you know, we're going to go for a little walk, we'll have some nice dinner, we'll just look after you. That was how Pog was with me yesterday when I was in this absolute state of shell shockery. So she just took me into town for a little walk, little potter about, took me for a panini, had a lovely panini, it was very nice. And then she got some McDonald's for us later in the evening and let me watch the ice hockey. I felt 10 again. It was great. If it wasn't for the internal turmoil, it would have been amazing, you know? Bacon and Lego panini, you want to watch out. Honestly, I think I'd rather step on that than eat that. The Pablo! Thank you for the 55 months, man. That's a lot.
Not been around in ages with work. Looking forward to FM 26.
Me too. Shot collar started fussing. I never take it off. As we've already established, my safe word is no, which I can demonstrate by nodding. Tucci's looking pretty tasty these days. This season, he's not produced as much as I would have liked. Obviously, Utrecht want him because they want everybody. Today, we're going to try and eat a bit better. We've got just a bit of chef pasta later. I did very much enjoy cooking steak last week, though, and we went to our local butchers yesterday. They've got some really nice stuff in there. Gonna miss the scale. Me too. I think at this point I'm just gonna miss the fact that I can see what I want on the pages. I think the thing that's going to annoy me the most about 26, barring any major changes from what we can see, is the fact that I'll go onto a profile and be like, oh good, I can't see any of the things I want, let me just click about loads. That's gonna get not at all old. I just hope that someone figures out a solution for that sooner rather than later. Because we're not the average player. The average player doesn't exist, really. And that's why I worry when you try to do things to the average player that you end up actually making nothing for anybody. Yeah, just 77 short clicks and you'll finally be able to see the pros and cons of a player. Just things like that. Not seeing that on the main player profile is, like, wild to me. I've got so used to being able to see, like, the pros and cons panel on a player's profile. Or the player comparison screen. Just little things like that. It's going to be... People make skins though. Well, they won't be able to make them natively because the game will not support native skinning. Monaco win again. We're still right in there, but we could do with... We need Stade to lose, really. Anog's there, actually. Is Big the top scorer in the league? No, he's not, actually. It's still Mbappe. What a guy. He's probably closing in on like 2-2-1. Nearly 500 league games for him as well, which is wild. I think they're just looking at anything to try to get him to improve on, basically, at that point. Just check the weight and it'll be fine, yeah. Just get a weighbridge. Yeah, I suppose at least the default skin of the new game looks like it's the same kind of darkness, although it's a very purple-looking skin. Yeah, they've already announced it, BDW, that there's going to be no native skin support. That doesn't mean that people won't be able to do stuff, but it won't be a case of, like, going into the preferences, selecting load skin, and it will just work. There won't be any, like, skin TM, so to speak. People would actually have to edit the game files themselves. And I suspect that with it being Unity, that's going to be more possible than it is currently.
I am familiar with over 600
but until people that with Unity coding knowledge have got their hands on it properly, we won't know. I'm excited about it, though. AK Ralph, thank you for the follow. I forgot that Darko Resic was still here. He would have very much been a lovely sell for 15 million in the summer type of job. The people will figure it out, yeah. I suspect that all it means is that this year we'll have an entirely new crop of people that are doing skins, because it's an entirely different skill set. Stavran, they do win. Fuck. We really could have done with that win over Lille now. I think there's a very strong chance that we miss out on miss out on the Champions League this year. He's happy to stay. Are you happy to stay because you're injured? And you realise that you're going to get the best treatment here and not at whatever club you were planning to go to? Speaking of, actually, how was Celtic getting on? I say speaking of in the sense that I saw I saw Dartford mentioned in the news feed. That reminded me of the Celtic manager, and that's why I'm going to look at Celtic. Just to give you an idea of how scatterbrained, how my brain functions. Celtic up to 5th now. It looks like we are going to get our first repeat winner in Scotland for 7 years. Ross County are... Ross is going to be very... Wow, Aberdeen are getting relegated. What is... Aberdeen were 3rd last year and have won a... Oh, no, they haven't won a title. Never mind. They've been right up there, though. How on earth have they managed that? Anyone new in there at all? I guess... Dunfermline are also kind of really botching it. Aren't they still favourites? Yeah, they're literally the favourites for the league and have messed it up. Yeah, I mean, this is how Celtic stayed up last season. Like, most of the time, particularly with that kind of level, they're obviously a decent team, only a -9 goal difference. Celtic were in the relegation places last year and beat St Johnstone 8-2 on aggregate. It was such a shame. It's the closest I've ever seen to that actually happening. I mean, they only got 27 points. I mean, it would have been 42. Then again, even if they hadn't got a 15-point deduction, they still would have only been 10th. They were not good last year at all. Really, what harmed them... Oh, imagine if St Mirren had won one more game. Then it wouldn't have mattered what Celtic did. I've never seen them even come close to getting relegated. The best I got... Oh, God. That's horrifying. It really doesn't half butcher me, doesn't it? What happened to Celtic? Basically, they got put into administration because they were overspending. And they got a 15-point deduction as a result of it. So they very nearly got relegated last year because they were bad as well. But then they also had a 15-point deduction to overcome. But they got into the playoff. They played St Johnstone. They were 2-0 down in the first leg as well. Ended up winning the first leg 3-2, I think. And then they won the second leg 5-0. It was a real shame. They also then, for some reason, while they were in the height of this issue, decided to steal Dartford's manager. And you might think, oh, okay, that's a Dartford team that have come up through the leagues and, they're a championship. No. It was a National League side. Celtic thought, I know, the answer to our problem here is a guy from the National League. For some reason. Speaking of, actually, how is the English League looking these days? Spurs are going to win yet another title, by the looks of things. It's going to be 6 titles in 7 years. The Spurs of this universe are actually scary. See you later, Shelby. Remember, we'll be back on Sunday for the proper big looking forward recap with the 100 years into the future or whatever. Man United down in 13th, where they belong. I like that at least that's sort of stuck with real life in a way. Swansea and Pompey in the Prem, love to see it. Liverpool having 2 different 20-goal scorers is batshit. The mighty Saddlers, I think a little bit further down, but we'll investigate because we're going to go down the leagues now anyway. Leeds are top of the... Oh, wow, that's tight. Top of the Championship's been a bit dull in this save, actually. QPR heading down again. Let me get out my tiny violin. I probably waited a bit too long to complete that bit there, but don't worry. Very important. Moving on. James gave it to me a couple of weeks ago, and I was like, that's eventually going to come up at some point. Tiny, it could be a huge me. Bro, actually had a tiny violin. I've got all sorts of things in my bag of goodies. Genuinely, though, the coolest thing was this. It's a lanyard with capybaras all over it. How sick is that? And there's little badges on it too with different types of capybara. One of whom is a capybara holding a gun. I mean, how sick is that? Just on the bag of goodies. You've pretty much seen it all now. Okay, really hope they go through this. That's awesome, Espresso Cat. I'm sure you'll do amazingly. How do you think you did? That's really what matters. Perfect size for mine. You're mean. I won't stand for it. But I can't be able to put my desks down, so I guess I'm going to have to. Leeds have got 2 players with 20-odd goals in the championship as well. Ooh, he sounds Estonian. Estonia enjoyers. Palace have an Estonian midfielder who's worth 50 million quid and has 76 caps for Estonia. Love to see it. Basically, Llama, about 5 years ago, someone's missus misheard the lyrics to an intro song that I used to use on an old YouTube series where it says, "Hold your gun, cut the wire." And they misheard it as "Hold your gun, capybara." And they told me about it in a YouTube comment. And I just basically jokingly signed off the next video with it. And then people thought it was funny. So I've done it ever since then, basically. It's the dumbest thing. But that's, I suppose, how the best things like that come about, where they're completely organic. Like most things on stream. It's just completely silly. You might also notice, chat, the lack of Yuri Krot down in the left-hand corner. I decided that, given I was doing that assessment yesterday, I didn't want to be doing that with a random Belarusian man peering over my shoulder, that it might contribute to more questions than answers. So, one sec. I shall now put him back in pride of place. It's very important. There he is. Back where he deserves to be. See you later, Steve. Hope you have a wonderful rest of your day, and thank you very much for the £20. That was incredibly kind of you. Help them more. I honestly think the point where we got about half an hour in and she goes, "Look, I'm going to need to be quite firm here. I need you to be more succinct with these answers." And I just completely shut down and started giving her one-word answers at that point because I just felt so bad. That was probably at the point when I was like, okay, I think we might be all right here. He would have commanded all the respect. I agree. Ooh, hello. David Weissman. Cool. Okay, League One is where things get a bit more fruity. Mostly because Bolton are just like kind of... God, if they didn't have that deduction, they'd be right in there, you know. Love to see it. Newport County down there as well. Lincoln gone. York City. Wow, all the cities are just getting relegated. Not this one. Dorking very close to getting championship chances there as well. That's the one. It's not, I don't think, anyway. They're getting there. We've also got Stoke City relegated from the Football League. Even without the points deduction, Stoke would have been relegated. I love that they won the same number of games as Notts County and Altrincham, yet somehow finished 16 points behind Altrincham because they could not stop losing. Wait. Oh, because of the points deduction, of course. Yeah, I'm an idiot. Yeah, not great. Stoke City out of the Football League. The question is, will Port Vale be going the other way? Well, I think they are, you know. Wait, what? Hang on. Are Port Vale even lower down than I thought? Are Port Vale in National League North? I guess they must be. Doncaster getting up there. Milton Keynes trapped down there with Bradford City. Grimsby in there as well. Walsall, Preston, Crewe. There's a lot of... Obviously, Wickham are down there as well. Stevenage going down to National League South or North, depending on. So, there we go. Port Vale versus Barrow is the final. They bottled it. Cheltenham overtook them with 103 points in the end. So, Port Vale, my well, plus 59 goal difference, didn't win the league. Terrifying. Harrogate down there as well, actually. Anyone else is a little bit surprising. Christ. Now, at one point, if you missed this earlier, this is in an early part of the save. Oh, Dartford are actually in the south. Preston were in National League North and were semi-professional, and Wycombe Wanderers were National League South. They fell off hard. Crawley down there as well, actually. Horsham have kind of sucked arse. Ooh. Oh, this is the song. This is the Capybara song. Carapici making good development. Love to see it. So Huddersfield actually got a Tycoon takeover in this save as well. They're... Wycombe are National League now, along with Preston. They've kind of stabilised a bit there. Look at this from Huddersfield. Championship. And then not long after that, they were down in the National League. Can you guess where they got the Tycoon? Clue. It was here. They spent £1 million on a player in... Where was it? I think it was that season there, actually. Oh, no, that was... Jesus Christ. Morty McNerney. I swear there was a year they spent £1 million on a guy. Caleb Anson. Might have been here, actually. Yeah, it was this guy. Murray Wilson. They bought him from Leeds for 900 grand. They were in the National League at the time and they were spending £1 million on a player. And then the tycoon left. Yeah, we had some absolutely insane bottom threes in the earlier parts of this save where Barway, I think, got 2 points in the entire season and conceded like 150 goals. They didn't have, as you'd say, the best time of it. Hang on. Sensational. Hope I've said that correctly. I nearly said sensational there, which is also true. You're both. Hello, Hayden. Unfortunately, we got knocked out of the Champions League. We lost at home to Inter because both Tristan and Greet Boost are injured, or were injured. Tristan broke his ankle, his other ankle, and Greet Boost broke his ribs. So we had to play against Inter over 2 legs with no strikers, even in our strikerless system. It went about as well. We nearly got it, though. We drew 2-2 in Italy and so nearly took into extra time. But unfortunately, a mistake from Matsuoka cost us. His third ankle, that's the one. He's broke all 3 of them. Premier League save. I don't know, actually. Yorkshire clubs. One. I think. Probably just one. We're going to Harthry today, actually, Hayden, because we are going to be raiding into Harv later, who is doing his first ever stream. Yeah, I think it's just one. Oh, it's an all... I like there's 3 Italian teams in the semi-finals of the Champions League. Is crazy. There he is. The man himself. At least Chelsea managed to break the hegemony of Tottenham briefly, even though it looks like Spurs are going to win it straight back again. Making his Twitch debut, we all got to be absolutely heinous. Called me a dick. Yeah, I bet he did. I think it was more of a compliment, or Husby, right? He was more saying you are the dick, which is a little different, you know? It's a bit like being the tits, of which I am also. Oh, I want Jamal Lowe's Inter to win it all. It's written in the stars now. Jaleel Loris? Oh, maybe not then. They used all their luck up playing against us, you see. Because my uncle made it look way worse. I suppose it... Are you also, like, fair-haired, potentially, Hayden? Because I feel like sometimes if your hair's, like, blonder, the lighter it is, the more that sort of looks... Yeah. Deterioration, titration. Oh, God. I'm a bit scared about... Oh, good, more injuries. I'm a bit scared about that. I was saying this to Pog earlier about, like, oh, God, like, what if it does weird stuff to me? But then I'm just like, why would I be any different to anyone else? It's like, bro, you're not special. Just accept that there are going to be some side effects, but that's okay. Not doing that at all. Things like dry mouth, but that should be okay. I drink enough water as it is. I just have to drink even more. Apparently it also puts your heart rate up as well, which sucks because I've got quite used to having like an absurdly low resting heart rate. Makes Pog quite jealous, actually. God, Lyon again. Yeah, I don't think we're catching them. We basically have to rely on Stade Rennais dropping points in the next 3 games and us somehow managing to overhaul them. Too weighty. Oh, really? What? So it's almost like pulling it back. Counter Middlesbrough. I don't think Middlesbrough would be considered Yorkshire, right? I don't think, anyway. Forgive me for not having the specifics of geography, but I would have thought that Teesside probably is that. Blonde by any chance? What? Are you blonde by any chance? I love it. You assumed my sass on my behalf, or Husby. I respect it. Please continue to do so. I wouldn't want someone to accidentally be not offended by things I say. Christ. That'd be stupid, wouldn't it? What county is even Middlesbrough in? Like, because I know Teesside isn't a county, is it? Like, what? Is it Northumberland? No, Cumbria, Northumberland? Or is that Cleveland? That's Ohio, mate. What are you saying? Middle County. New contract for you? No. Yorkshire teams like Yeovil Town. My favourite team. Oh, honestly, Andy Robertson has been a... Basically, at my doff, I sacked him because he put me into a team meeting that was completely unnecessary, and it killed the entire morale of our squad for like 2 months. So as a result, I, out of anger, sacked our doff and sacked our ass man and replaced it with Andy Robertson. Well, sure. Oh, there you go then. So maybe they weren't wrong. The Shire? Fair. What would that make Mordor then? Just Alnwick Castle for no apparent reason. Berwick upon Tweed. Right. Okay, that's fine. We'll just... Why does he keep... Stop trying to put Eric and Durham as a left winger. You're trying to make fetch happen and I will not allow it. Now, Lancashire's the other wing. The other wing? Lancashire's the other wing of the country. I should know. My sister used to live there. Well, Lancaster specifically, in fact. Alvarez and Durham. RPG Creepers. Order is Slough. Slough was alright. I've only been there once, but it was okay. Football ground was good. It just felt like any kind of surrounding London-y type of town, really, I suppose. Gotta get Smatesy on the bench. I feel a bit bad for Stefan. I've just been throwing him in when he's clearly not able to do anything. Dardan's been appalling. They're taking the Hobbits to Doncaster. They're taking the Hobbits to Pontefract. I'm going to criticise your recent form, sir. Because I'm definitely all in still. Pronounced slog. It is when you run about for 90 minutes. Right. Even Bilal's kind of gone off the boil lately. I think they all kind of just shat the bed right at the worst time of the season. Except for Binder, who has got like double digits in both categories. He never lets us down. God, he's such a fun player. He's the kind of guy that ends up with like 150 goals and 150 assists in his career. Why is it does sound like he should be in Wales. The only thing I remember about Pontefract was when I used to get the train to Scotland as a kid. When you get to Pontefract, you'd always see the giant smokestacks. I don't know if that's even still there. And you could sometimes, I think you could see it from the A1 as well. But it was always like a landmark of like, oh, we're getting closer to Edinburgh now. Slowron. I love it. For when your evil genius is actually just a mid-level executive at a toner cartridge company. And who could be more evil? I can't think of anyone. Okay. Montpellier away. They can't score a goal to save their life. They're probably the worst team in this division. We must win. That is all. Surprised if I wasn't in Wales. You should reclaim it. I think you may have a Casus Belli on it just because of the name. Potential. And I think after this, we've just got 2 home games to polish off. And if we can't beat Montpellier, actually, to be fair, it would be very in keeping with the way we played this season to not be able to beat teams like in Montpellier, given that we lost to Paris FC earlier this season. I think we're one of the first teams to actually score a goal. Big old cooling towers. I believe so, yes. If that's near Pontefract, then yeah. That would make sense. You used to be able to visible from the A1, but also from the train line that kind of goes along that area. It was like I know that we're kind of getting, not close to Scotland, but it was like when you're a kid, you look for landmarks and everything, right? It's the same with it in my head. The A14 is split up into like 3 distinct sections because of when I used to go to Birmingham to visit Pog years ago. I knew I was a quarter of the way there when I got to the paper chase bit. Then it was halfway there when you get to Kettering services and all the BP garages, and a third of the way, sorry, 3/4 of the way was that massive downhill bit. It's weird how the brain works. Big of the historic county of Middlesex. Shout out to Huntingdonshire, who no longer exists, but they still like to pretend that they do. It was weird when Pog and I randomly went to St Ives a couple of weeks ago solely to go to Morrison's, seeing signs for Huntingdonshire, and I'm like, does that even exist anymore? I think they're removing a lot of them. Like with East Midlands Parkway, that station is just like right by a load of smokestacks and there's nothing else around. It's a very strange environment. Go on, go. Oh, what an effort. Also, what on earth are we listening to? Taking the Hobbits to Isengard. That takes me back. Just go to Morrison's. Yeah, that's the nearest Morrison's. Basically, we knew, Pog and I had heard that they sell this stuff at Morrison's, and we were like, well, we have nothing else to do this evening. Let's go to Morrison's. It was a really fancy Morrison's as well. Unfortunately, by doing so, that was also when on the way back my car started misfiring, so maybe it was a regretful decision. Takes me back to Isengard. Damn right. It's giving year 11 lunchtime ICT class. There is none too anymore. Oh dear. I should stress this was St Ives in Cambridgeshire, not St Ives in Devon or Cornwall or wherever. Whichever one of those it is. Hello, Pogs. How's the boats? How's the goose? How's the geese? Had any crazy sandwiches on the boats today? Devon. See, now I've annoyed someone. It's good. You know, Devon places like Penzance and Truro. Wait, Truro is in Devon. How are you? I'm pretty good, actually. Llama, how are you? Oh, I love a typo. I love a typo. Oh, I knew that would get you. The little extra bit of doubt where I corrected myself while still being wrong. Sensational. Just if I do say so myself. And I do. Did I actually? I just paused it to make subs and then successfully made no. I would do. This is what you get. Don't give me an in. Once I figure out how to push those buttons, I'm going to be like a keyboard cat. Another meme that's out of date. We'll do a bit of you. And Camel goes, why exactly? They're the same place. They're twinned and whatnot. Bit of that. A little bit of this, a little bit of that. Lovely. Whoa. Lovely work. Because I'm going to have to start eating breakfast soon, aren't I? That's going to be really weird for me. Oh well. Time to buy loads of bread. My favourite of all the food groups. We're actually doing an okay job in this game. It looks like we might actually get the dub, particularly if we get a second goal here. Way, it's Matsuoka. He's actually been kind of good in these last few games. Some Velveeta, I don't know. I've heard that having a high protein breakfast could be helpful. So I might just get some eggs. Full English fry. I think that would be a bit much. Then again, they do say it kind of fucks your appetite up, so maybe I'll just have to have massive breakfast from now on. It's your birthday? Or whose be? I know that this is a subtle way of saying that, but God, you should have told us earlier. Then we could have put some letters in a certain order in chat, if you know what I mean, chat. Wink, wink, HHBB. Not try out the Champions League. Yeah, I mean, I guess he's kind of got a lot of making up to do, really. Yeah, that's a good point, actually. It's a little bit like someone setting your car on fire and then being like, hey, I've made you some toast. I'm like, what about the car fire, though, bro? You know? Subtle about it. It worked. Now, please, quickly take offense. Assume sass where there was none. I think it's maybe because I was sassy Matt for too long. Don't worry. Once we get some Wempery at the start of 26, sassy Matt will be back in with a plum even and other vegetables. Okay, this flavor is growing on me. I'm gonna crash so hard today. I've had 2 energy drinks and a double coffee with creatine in, which definitely supercharges it because I'm big and strong. But I'm not gonna become a big strong boy otherwise. 2 letters I can put in chat to commemorate. I know, B and H, Benson and Hedges chat. Maybe we should, just calm down. So I'm going to probably have to just sit there. Oh, Christ, I don't think there's anything in the house either. There's not even like a biscuit I could have. The race car sponsor. How far? This was actually the furthest we got, Espresso Cat. This season, we got to the quarterfinals and we were like 1 goal away from taking it to extra time there as well. I think a couple more years and we'd have been able to do it. Just because of the development of the players we had at the club. It was definitely primed for it. Please don't be hurt. Oh. People approaching retirement, not people. I like how... Quick reminder that Sven's mates and Jocelyn Kamatuka are planning to retire from football next month. Sven, 34, joined Sochaux from Tenerife for a fee of £325,000. Nothing about Jocelyn at all then. Just going to ignore the 52-year-old bloke. Actually, is he 53 now? Oh, no. He's still going to be 52. Disappointing. People. Small store you could... There's a... Not really. Like, that's the one thing about living here. You do still have a bit of a trek to go, like, walk to any corner shop or anything. And it is an actual corner shop on a corner. Plus, with the weather how it is, I don't know if I want to do that right now. People. We've got tomorrow's people. Oh my god, there's loads. Hang on a minute. 22. Sorry, I was about to jump on you again there. Basically, he glitched out when he was at his previous club and got stuck in a loop of trying to sign from to another team. And he'd been stuck in that loop for 19 years and we hadn't noticed. So we found him at 51, I think. No, it was 52, actually. And we approached to sign him because he hadn't still awaited the paperwork long enough. And it meant that he was just stuck in this endless loop. And thus, us asking to sign him broke the loop, but he still didn't sign for us. But then I offered him 30 grand a week and, you know, he took it. It was good. Proper DOF saves. I think I'll be amazed if you're even allowed to play the game. I think what's going to happen is FM26 is going to be Football Cuck Simulator, where you load up the save, it plays for you, and you just have to sit there and watch as it plays a one-season save with Manchester City in a 4-2-3-1 Gegenpress. And you could do nothing about it. It locks you in a little tiny cage. Yeah, cryogenic capsule, exactly. What are your questions? No sandwiches? Useless. My dream? Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't retire either. So we've got these guys here, the Uganda People's Defence Forces, fair enough. We've got tomorrow's people of Jamaica. Love to see it. Yellow and green as the kit choices are interesting. And then we've also got My People FC of Nigeria. Big up the lads. Hello, Benny. Clip of Miles playing He'll Save in a hotel bed. I'm excellent, man. How are you? Getting burgers tomorrow. Fuck. Yeah, wait, were you? Are you going on the big boat again tomorrow, Pog? The one that has a kitchen on it? She's having a bloody lovely time, and every day I'm just more and more happy for her, to be honest. Get in the wardrobe. Don't you bring Booba D up into this? Right, innocent. That's not the word. Do you remember on the last save there was a guy at Tarshin Rainbows whose name was literally not Innocent Nonso. That was his name. I think there'll be quite a few Innocents around, right? Innocent Masoko, Matteo Innocente. I like that it's a mixture of like Botswana, Rwanda, and then just Italy thrown in for good measure. Innocent Victor. Good work. You almost sounded slightly Malagasy. Innocent Diaby. Innocent Power. Now that is a name. Innocent Power. And he's just straight up English as well. In fact, is he from Newcastle? Yes, he is. His name's Innocent Power. That's amazing. Innocent Massetti, Jordan Innocent, Innocent Jamoa. Then I think it can't. No, Innocent Isaac. Good. Innocent Agbula is tasty. Been grounded by Paul. What does that mean? Innocent Gombami. Abdul Innocent. Oh, he's Spanish. Not like the van. What do you mean by that? Why are you trapped in the van? Innocent Sitol. Innocent Friday. Now we're talking. Get on these boats instead. Are you also working for the Environment Agency? Worried I'm too cold. Innocent Alone. Okay, that is a name. Innocent Alone. What? Botswana kind of cooking. Big fan of both Innocent Alone and Innocent Friday. Innocent Alone might be the best one so far, actually. Innocent Makanda, Innocent Shobo, Innocent David, George Innocent, Innocent Vanille, Jacques Innocent. Oh, he's Haitian. Innocent Together. There might be an Innocent God Bless. Innocent Cooper. Do not hate me. Felix. Well, there's a lot of them. I just want to have a quick gander at the Botswana national team squads in case they do happen to have any truly amazing names cutting about. Because they're sort of Innocent Alone is... Why can't these players ever be good and playing for my team is the question. Michael Boy. Amazing. Stanley Unchoko. Okay. What else we got? B team? Nah, there's nobody in there, is there? Full team? Stanley Bosigo. Innocent. There is actually an Innocent in there. A few Edwins in there. This is where I somehow end up managing to overrun despite there being so few games that I actually needed to get through. That would be very me-coded. God bless. Oh, only 2. God bless Fat Eye. Me every time I open the fridge. And then God bless Akbos, who's a real dude. So that's the reason the other guy's called that. Welcome back, Matt. Together. Boss man. There's Soul together. Oh, Soul together now. What are you saying? I'm saying exclamation mark beta. And it will tell you all you could possibly need to know. Oh, mate. Kim Ya Jin. That's how we do it. Always got a Kim Ya Jin, chat. Never forget. Bad boy. We got Thabang Bad. Oh, this is giving like, yeah, Lesotho and South Africa. Thabiso Bad Boy. Thapelo Bad Boy. Tiogo. Wait, wasn't this how we found him originally? Why is he called that? Oh, Barbos, I guess. Duda. There's a couple of bad boys cutting about. Lots of Lesotho dudes. Yeah, I think it's not really a huge surprise that Sweden decided to get rid of him. That's what they get for hiring a Dane. Oh, there's some bossmans. There's actually 2. 2 boss men. Now, they're only allowed to leave on free transfers. It's the only way it can be done. Somewhere up in the current... Oh, I've never even had a son on FM before. Given the chances are so unbelievably low. Despite all of that, I've never managed to get one. But yeah, Godfred Bossman, who's Finnish... And he's got caps too. Big up Gotti. Promise. There'll be loads of promises. Oh, I'm aware of that, but like, come on. Your name's Jin. Promise Yakubu. Paul Promise. Promise Ahmed. Promise Johnson. Oh, watch out. John Promise. Promise Martins. Promise Akoli. Promise Godwin. Good. Promise Bassi. I will. We've also just got Promson too. Oh, hello. A few Thai guys in there as well. Promise Johnson is good. What happened for tea? Maybe Pog? Aren't we just having chef pasta tonight? Or are you doing something? Are you planning up something crazy? Actually, I don't actually know, Smudge. Are you basically trying to figure out which one you need to save, Scum? I'm assuming. John Prom, it does. It's a bit like McLovin, isn't it? Paris FC have done us a massive favour. They've taken points off of Stade Rennais. And Monaco have lost as well. I mean, we're not catching them, but we're not out of the woods. December 1, there you go. So Moldova actually isn't switched on in this save, unlike most countries, because I can show you like the winners of the league, but we basically had to turn Moldova off because there was like a glitch in the league or something, and it meant that we were never going to be able to manage there because of some kind of weird issue with the database. I forget what it was. I'd have to ask Hadrian. So that's the reason that we actually don't have it on and have never had it on in this save, unlike before. Previous years before the preview. Yeah, it's really, really unlikely. Like, extremely unlikely. So they've not won it every year. Jimbru Trishinow have won it a couple of times. Well, won it once. And then Petrokub Hinchesti as well have won a couple at least. Sheriff have generally still been the guys, though. They've not had any real success on the European scale. I don't know if I can even look at their competition history. No, I can't because they're not in a playable league. I'll actually refund you points for that. Levan. Oh my god, for a second I actually thought they were going to be there. McMuffin. Do you know what the thing I like about that the most is that if you're called McMuffin, in theory that means you'd be son of Muffin. Oh my god. We've got McGuffey. Matty McGuffey. Me when I speak. Love it. I like how... Oh no, I was going to say all of them were like staff members except for Ricky McGuffey. Son of Guffey. Good to know. Oh, I should have refunded your points there, actually. My apologies. We have qualified for the Conference League with that, apparently. Both in the national league groups. Yeah, I mean, that's the whole point of the Nations League, though, was to give teams something to play for. So I don't think it's inherently a bad thing. Yes, new gens can have relationships. Not in that sense. Oh, maybe they can. But yes, they can be like brothers, for example. So on I think it was either my last save or the one before, there were 2 Danish players that had both come through separate years at Norgeland, and they were brothers. Like, it actually said specifically, favoured personnel, the other guy, brothers. It's really, really rare still, but it can happen. The Heidenheim romance name. Yeah, it doesn't happen very often. I've only ever seen it once that it happens, but we had the 2 Danish brothers, one of whom was really good, and the other one was more attainable, shall we say. Son of a farter, man. Go get yourself into the game. But Saz, to be fair, you did get yourself into the game as a result of having a face in the game. One of those scourge on saves. More attainable, yes. Wait, who the hell are we missing in May for internationals? 2 home games. Paris and Lyon. This should be good. If we end up finishing, because like, we've not conceded in our last 3 league games. We've won 2 of them. All we can really do is try and win out from here and hope for the best. Only took 30 years. Hey, it's taken me 35 years and I'm still going, and my God. Jamal Lowe's Jaleel Lawrence's Inter Milan have just beaten Manchester City. From 4-2 down, they've won 3-0. They're into the final. Big up them. I was a researcher. Oh, that's sick. Yeah, I think a lot of people have been in the game. I mean, I've not had my chance to be in the game yet. I was in the credits briefly. '26 embargo entered for content creators. What does that mean? What embargo? I'm confused as to what embargo you're referring to. We don't want an improved contract. Yeah, Paris FC will find a way to put 9 goals as passes. It ended with us going out to Jamal Lowe's Jaleel Lawrence's Inter in the end. We went 3-2 on aggregate. We lost at home and drew 2-2 in Milan, unfortunately. Mike put me in the credits one year. I kind of hope they win the whole thing now. Yeah, I'm in every game. Haven't you seen Matt Card's career? I'm in them all now. I think I would actually make that my name. Squad unhappy with the treat. Really? Oh, go away. Right for a I don't know. I think we're just beta astrologizing again. Apparently embargo. Again, but apparently that's meaningless at the ultimately. As far as I know, that doesn't exist. So yeah. I think we're just reading the tea leaves again. It'll come when it comes, innit? People are very silly, I think, though. As always, when it comes down to this, SI don't know when the beta will drop themselves until the last second. But I very much doubt it'll be today. Oh, lads. Fine, I'll do it. We'll do it. That would be kind of cool, actually, to be even like a media member. That would actually make more sense in a way. Yeah, I was going to say, if there was an embargo, it would have been NDA'd anyway. But no. Forced to touch grass. No. Not today like today. Touch concrete or something. There'll always be someone spreading rumours. Don't remember, Hayden, there was a blog post, a forum post last week that told us that the beta was going to arrive last week. Why does that quote trigger that? We need to sort out the quote book. Actually, do we? Whether it's nice. Is it? Come down my neck of the woods and tell me that. Staff member talking about the weather? Yeah, no, that. We can definitely read into that. I'm just going to give him whatever he wants, honestly. Just quotes that. Oh, I see. I love that that was the first quote. An unpaid volunteer, yeah. But, like, as far as I know, there is no, like, embargo on alpha content or anything like that. As far as I know, there is no alpha content. Unless it's something I'm not invited to do, which is totally understandable, you know. I'd like to think that if there was, I would be, just because as much as I've been less active on YouTube this year, I have still been incredibly consistent from the streaming side of things. you'd know. Hey, it's lovely here, Andrew. I will not stand for this kind of slander. Ooh, actually, Leal might have just stepped into my trap. The trap where I deliberately made them bad for a game. If they could just drop some more points, we're good to go. Verge of Sochaux, oh, really? Wait, the milestone wasn't even our previous goalie. God damn. Digging with the brand event, that's true. Can I have tea? True. Yes, is it Toppings, right? Toppings is a really cool bookshop. Because there's only two of them, one here and one in Edinburgh. It's just a really cool, like, higgledy-piggledy place, and the prices are actually pretty good. I do like going in there. It's cozy. Or somewhere. Oh no, I'm sure there is, but I suspect that was more likely. I mean, do we even know who that was? That was most likely just testers, right? Like alpha test, like people that are testing the game. Just because people are testing it doesn't mean they're making content on it. Yeah. The way it usually works is there's a tweet and it says we're pushing the button. They push that button, and about 2 hours later, that's when it's actually sent through Steam, basically. But I doubt that'll be happening anytime soon. I don't know why they would suddenly go, let's do it really early this year for absolutely no reason. It'll probably be next Monday or Tuesday, I think. Because I don't think they're even finished releasing like blog post and information about the game just yet. Yeah, there is a new screenshot that shows training or Who'sby, or shows at least a thing that sort of hints at training. So they're clearly starting to get their ducks in a row at least, which is nice. It's better for your health. Let it wash over you like rain, you know? One cannot stop the flow of the tide. One should simply drown in it. I was going to sound so profound for a moment, but then no. Yellow rain. Oh, no. I don't go to those kind of parties. I would be amazed if we got it this week at all. I suspect we'll get some kind of feature stuff later this week, and then probably the beta early next week, like I've been saying the entire time. But I'm prepared to be wrong. What do I know, right? Let's see. Ballon d'Or. We're going to find the Ballon d'Or. And it's basically the same, actually, isn't it? At least it's not had lots of like back-to-back winners. I love that Adam Wharton won it at 33 while playing for Liverpool. That's the thing. I think we'll have QOL stuff most likely this week, right? Kind of has to be. Exactly. I think I don't think that this is the year that the conventions are going to be broken too much and stuff like that. Knit that on a pillow with live, laugh, love. Hell yeah. I'm on a pillow that just says, let the tide wash over you and drown in it. VJ is clickable. You're right, he is. He must be some kind of unemployed manager who has been unemployed for 7 years. How is he not getting a job? Look at him go. I say look at him go. Look at him go nowhere, because he's... Why is he not getting employed? I bet you there's a random coach in like the second tier of Spain that's way worse than him. My favourite Wayne Gretzky coat. Wayne Gretzky coat. Words are tough. Words are very tough. Right. More switcheroos. That's actually okay. Oh, Velasquez is back now. Good times. Right. Hang on. Spice hasn't actually played the correct team for once. I'm going to have to check his hard drive after that. So as I inhale, I'll do in it. Followed by an immediate inhale when I start it and go, oh God, it's the worst. Hopefully not. See you later, Kaka. He would be the perfect guy to join that sort of lineup of the teams in Italy now, really, wouldn't he? Who's Dennis wanted by? Oh, it's still... Oh, no, it's Girona now. Nice. Last stream of this save. Like, because it's the end of the season, basically. We wouldn't have time to do another one before, in theory, the beta is released sometime next week, my guess would be. So we're going to be doing this and then the, like, future thingy on the weekend. And then after that, in theory, we should be good to go. So I'm not quitting forever. Give me a couple of months and we'll see. So did I wait. That's true, actually, yeah. That's why they always end up being staff members at the clubs I end up managing. Play for an academy would be in F26. Oh, provided you are of the right age and that club has its players in the game, then I don't see why not, yeah. But I think if you're under a certain age, you have to have parents' permission to be in the game, and they usually only make very specific exceptions for that, like they did with Martin Odegaard. Can't study that. How do you do that? This is a bop of a song. It's just such a good song, man. It just gives me vibes every single time. I feel like I'm riding a bike in the... Not a bike, like a motorbike in the sunset. Or on the back of one, at least. Oh, go on. Binder? Oh. I just missed it. God, I hope there's less woodworkery. Or are both Aaron and I going to start a revolt? Lovely. Velázquez 1-0. Beautiful. A tandem bike. I've never ridden a tandem bike. I don't think it's possible to ride a tandem bike and not look awkward. I don't think there's a cool way to ride a tandem bike. I don't know how you can do it in a nonchalant way. It always looks like it is so much effort. I have mad respect for it. No, Damwon will be in the game. I mean, he's made Premier League appearances. He'll be in the game. It might be if it was under 15 or something. But like academy players at like lower league, obviously like is he 16 now? Either way, players like Down will obviously be in the game, but I'm talking about more like lower down. An Olympic sport, was it? Must have missed that Olympics. Or been asleep. Actually, I did enjoy the last Olympics quite a lot. Mostly because we had our mate basically explaining everything to us, what was going on, and it was like, it's way more enjoyable when you watch things with someone who's knowledgeable about it. Oh, that's a ball. Come on, Binder. Drop it across. Oh, my life. Right, try again. Back post. Dennis, no. They do, yeah. They have to be careful with it. So, like, for example, back in the day, you would get players as young as 14 as regens as well. But in Germany and France, you used to be able to get 14-year-old regens, but that isn't a thing anymore. The lowest age a player can have in the game is 15. Although, technically, that isn't true because the players that you get poached from you actually can be a lot younger than that, but the game still claims that they're 15. Their morale is in the... I suppose it would be in the toilet, wouldn't it? Even though they're scoring a lot of goals. Yeah, Yamal's going to have a really high PA, but, like, let's be honest, I'm not signing him on any saves, am I? Like, man's at Barca already. One thing would be kind of cool, though, is if he did have, like, a random dip in his career. It's like, oh, my God, Dennis Unfair, 2-0. Come on, lads. No, it used to be Germany and France. You could get players spawning at 14, but as far as I know, that doesn't exist anymore. In the editor, you can actually set the minimum, like the minimum age of a player, and it used to be able to be 14, but I believe it's 15 now. It was like negative 1,000. Well, we broke the thingy. I had that regen that played for like 100 years, but that was because I broke it using the EDT file. I set his birthday to be like 1,000 years into the future, so the game basically considered him to be like negative age the entire time, so he just never retired. So they come through earlier. Do they really? I suspect it probably won't change, but that is cool. Something I'd like to see worked on in the future, perhaps. I suspect that the introduction of women's game isn't going to change much on those things. Very tried today from 26, and not as far as I know. 350 million bid from Al Hilal for who? Who are they bidding 350 million on? That's a ball. MacBook Air 13. I have no idea, my friend. Unfortunately, the only Apple product I've ever owned was an iPod Nano, so I haven't got a clue what like. I wouldn't be able to tell you if it could run a browser, honestly. I know nothing about Apple products. Oh, what about that from... Bryn, Norway. Maybe. You could be, George. Maybe. I think maybe you'd have already been alerted to it, if you were, perhaps, though. I think you'd certainly been it next year. By the way, look at this little shimmy from Greet Boost. The way it sort of... That was really nice, actually. It's what we could have done with against Inter. I would have thought so, unless it's like a complete... I guess with the women's game, if they are a phenom at a younger age, there's perhaps more room to get first-team football sooner. Like, the cream can rise to the top a little bit faster at the moment, just because there's, less cream. Not really the right way of describing it, but, like, they can get there a little bit quicker. That should look really nice. I guess 13. Jesus Christ, that is insanely young. But yeah, I don't see why not, Hugo. It should be okay, but I can't tell you one way or the other. Isn't there like a will it run kind of test that you can do on a website? This is the exact type of performance we actually needed, and it's nice that we've genuinely stepped up for once. I think it's going to be ultimately meaningless when we come 5th, but at least we're going to finish. The women, I think they announced 14 leagues in 12 countries, with England and Sweden getting 2 tiers, I think. Or was it Wales? No, it was 2. It was England, wasn't it? England and Sweden, I think, got 2 levels, which is a nice start, you know? Training screenshot. Isn't this the same one from earlier? Yeah, it's the same one from earlier. It doesn't really tell you a lot, really. Because it looks to me like the screen before the screen, as in the one that takes you to the screen where the actual information is. We've seen a lot of that, actually. I think we've seen a lot of, like, don't worry, man. We've seen a lot of pre-screen screens, i.e. the screens that take you to the screen that actually shows you useful stuff, which does worry me a little bit. There's going to be a lot of superfluous stuff as Greet Boost is through again. And it's 4. Stefan Greet Boost. Parent laptops run the game. Yes, he did it with Nerdphonic, didn't he? And if there's anyone you should listen to on this topic, it's Matt. Like, he's the guy on this. He's my go-to. If I need to show any kind of information like that, he's the guy I ask. Lovely finish. It does be looking like there's a lot of extra clicks. Because I'm going to have to do this research myself. I am Matt, I know. But I'm worse Matt. Inferior Matt. I'm the Sestri Levante of Matts. No, don't listen to Kev. No. You don't do that. You listen to Matt. That's why he's there. Kev was worried he wouldn't have the gravitas on the topic. Someone maybe mark the guy in the middle. Nah, why would we bother doing that? This guy doesn't even play for their first team. This is a second teamer they've put in the team. Such is their desperation levels. It's the first goal that Garnier's conceded in a while, actually. I think we'll end up taking it out on them now, though. I'm feeling like third one. Real Madrid of Mats. No, I'm not. I'm the... Oh, hello. Bang. Binder again, baby. 5-1. I thought about the idea of actually giving the London City Lionesses a male equivalent club, and it's London City Lions, but they start really low down, but they've still got the affiliate group. 326 key. I'm not sure that is, though, is it? Sure, Jan! 7 bonobos and a cyberpunk trench coat. Oh, you've met him. I joke. Kev is lovely. He's a genuinely lovely, lovely man. Great taste in Hawaiian shirts as well, which I can only respect. Just remade Millwall. I'll do it. I've remade Millwall, but with blackjack and hookers. So thank you. Actually, that's a rugby team. I'll get Noah on for a bit. Now that we're kind of cooking here. To be fair, there's never an editor until full release. As far as I know, the game has never had like editor access during beta. It's one of the reasons we haven't been able to start saves even sooner, honestly. Just redeemed it. Odd. What's an odd thing to say? Yeah, he's... God, I reckon if we'd just found a tall fullback that was actually capable in this save, we may have gone a lot further. Stade Rennais are winning annoyingly, but Lille are not. Mostly because then they've already played. That final day is actually going to be quite tough for us. And he's 5 games ago. No way. Oh, God, that was dreadful. He's just done... As I always say, like, almost everyone in the FM community that I've ever interacted with or met have been absolutely lovely. Will eventually be released. But what if it wasn't? What if they delayed it forever? Wouldn't it be funny if that actually was a legit code and they were just flexing on before and then someone just redeemed it immediately? That would be some hoistery of the highest order. We do have one more sub. Oh, Sven's already on. There you were, thinking I hadn't already brought him on. Can't believe you'd even criticised me for this. Right, let's go. Stefan Greet Boost for the Hattie. Cut back inside. Oh, no. Binder! Woohoo! What if there was no beta? That's true. What if it just went straight to Sigma? Then what? Jesus, their goalkeeper's had a poor day. It's nice to actually win a game 5-1 for once. Feels good. A witch's cursing him. What kind of witch curse are we thinking here? Are we thinking like Evil Witch or Sabrina Spellman? Which I'm definitely not watching before bed every night lately. Makes me all cozy. These are Spotify linkies. A sassy witch. If I was a witch, I'd be a sassy witch. My spells would be like... be great. But I'd only really use it to conjure things like pizza. And cookies. I don't really like cookies. More of a chocolate man myself. Pass to a Haribo cola bottle. Mars FM. Thank you very much for the follow.
Own a hotel.
A favourite planet of mine and chocolate bar. Sassy click it. Oh yeah, no ones for me. I don't need any of that artificial assistance. I'm all about the hand motions, you know. In vain. Oh, Saz, believe me, it's not in vain. For Megabonk. If that code was actually for Megabonk, then somebody's missed out. Because honestly, if you're not on the Megabonk hype train, I would suggest you get on it and get on it fast, because it is leaving the station full of passengers, and it is an enjoyable game. It's a fun experience. I still have no idea truly what I'm actually doing with it a lot of the time, and I'm still not entirely sure on how I do certain things, and there seems to be no guides for that, and I kind of like that as well. Astrology prediction, next week, Monday or Tuesday. That's what I've been saying the whole time. I've never wavered. I'm steadfast. First I've heard of Megabonk. Honestly, it's so good. If you liked if you ever played Vampire Survivors or Soulstone Survivors or something like that, it's really fun. I think it's on sale at the moment, isn't it? Along with just about everything else, because it's October. Or is that sale finished now? I did notice a couple of emails from Steam lately about like a game you've got wishlisted is now on sale. Am I actually going to end up overrunning despite the fact that I was deliberately stalling? How have I managed that? That in itself should be an impressive feat, to have to stall because of Harv and then end up overrunning anyway. I was nearly late to my meeting yesterday, despite the fact I woke up an hour and a half before it was due to take place. But that I just dicked about and was like rushing around trying to get my PC set up to actually do the damn meeting. Like, how does that happen? Do you get it as a target? No, thank you, sir. 9 players up for international duty. Oh, it's an even year, so there is some kind of international tournament this summer. I think it's probably the Euros. How much was it? So I don't know actually how much it was, because James from chat very kindly bought it for me when we were discussing it the other day, but I believe it was £7. Oh, Andrew, it'd be so funny. But yes. Hence why I made the beta command today, because I was feeling sassy this morning before stream, and I was like, you know what? Actually, it was during the intro. That was when I made that command, because I was like, this feels like we're going to need that at the moment. I hope it's extra late. Your real game comes straight out 2 weeks early. No, real game comes out 2 weeks late, and the beta's actually on the 4th. That's what we need in our lives. Yeah, this is the final match of this save. And it's against Leon. And we've got the Top Gun music on in the background. I mean, what more do you need out of life other than a win for this game? No! Sven! You better be available. As if he's trying to skive off of his last ever game. I think he'll probably be able to be on the bench at least. Oh, I could have injected him, right? Yeah, shit. And can I still do that? I think it'll be fine. I think. I like that there actually is still something on the line here because of the way we finished the season with 4 wins. Well, 3 wins and 4. He'll be fine. We can get him on. Where's the trading? Oh, it's just going to matter at this point. Min-max me in Season 21 min-maxing. I wouldn't be caught dead. I spit on min-maxing. In certain areas. Other areas I'll min-max the daylights out of it. Just not here. And certainly not tactically. It's going to be sad. It's going to be weird, actually, having to try to figure out how to use a striker. I've not had a striker in my save for, like, nearly a full year. Right, who's playing who, then? So we can overtake Stade Rennais and Lille. Stade Rennais at home against Troyes. Right, we're cooked. Lille are away at Marseille. There's still hope for us. If they lose and we draw, we're good. General rehab ASAP. Probably. Probably. He's remaining on the bench. It's going to be okay. And that will be fine. Lovely. Okay, Sven's on the bench. He'll be able to come off the bench, no problem. I want to at least set them up with an opportunity to be in the Champions League next year so they don't completely sell all of our players. Oh. The goalkeeper's called Strudwick. I like that. I think we should win this game. Leon are not good, but I do get the feeling that Lille will end up winning away at Marseille and none of this is going to matter. But that's what we get for being so mid for such a long period of time in the middle of the season. Oh, go on. A nice early... Oh, we don't have Alvarez, do we? Shit. A nice early Velazquez goal would be tremendous. And we don't get it. Hereby cancelled, it's true. And they also tweeted after that they're going to turn this car around if you kids don't behave yourselves. He said, waving a tiny violin bow at people for no apparent reason. Now that's on my desk, I'm just going to keep using that all the time, and it's... Oh my god. Well, the chance creation's looking decent. Share about the chances. We're cooking up some absolute feasts here and then throwing it straight in the bin. As things stand, nothing would change because there's been no goals in the crucial matches. Is the beta coming out? Oh yeah. The answer to your question is yes. The beta is coming out. Chat, have I said a lie there? Is there a single lie in that statement? Said it's his swamp. Maybe. This is not really a danceable song, and yet I'll dance to anything if it means we score a goal. Beta mail is coming out. I've been out for ages, Hayden. Silly. No, I'm a delta male. Shaped like a triangle. Come on, drop it across. Here we go. Carapichi's going to try and shoot, isn't he? And it's another miss. Oh dear. That's true, Satvik. And do you know what? I'll hold my hands up. I did tell a lie. Agreed. I'm so sorry. I'd like to issue... Consider this my formal apology. Call me Hans. I'll call you whatever I want. Call you Mr. Hands. When's it coming out? How long's a piece of string? When I personally decide that it is. For I am the one in control of that particular function. 42, that's true. That's how long a piece of string is, actually, in fairness. Put my hands. I think by that sentence I already know. Sometime this month. Oh, bold. True if big. Right, we've been a bit crap here. I honestly think that my favourite thing today has just been trolling people about the beta more than anything else. Like, I didn't realise I'd find this so fun. I kind of hope it doesn't drop for a couple of weeks now so I can keep doing it. I hope it's not here on Sunday. I am actually Miles. Lille getting smashed. Amazing news. Are we going to end up backing our way into the Champions League by courtesy of Marseille? Because I'm fine with that. We're going to go with, obviously, the Svenster. Wait, that's the wrong... Didn't mean to do that. Sorry, Svenny. And Winter. Habila, who's absolutely dead anyway, and he was going to come off. DeMarco on for Dennis Unver. Let's go. Finish off with on a flourish. Just reading the forums and laughing. Perfect. And now frozen again. Boop, boop. No Thursday. No, so basically I'm going to be doing the long looking forward sim thing, and because of this save being so dense and big, it's going to take a few days to do so, otherwise we wouldn't get that far into the future. Plus, I should be sorting out the new computer, which I'm hopefully getting, so I need a bit of space to do that, basically, and I figured if there was any time to do that, this is the time to do that, basically. Should we? I think we should. Yeah, no, it's dropping right now, Locke. I've actually just pushed the button. There was called Grace. I think, yes. This guy here. Oh, Graziano Mazzano is an amazing name. No, it'll come after the heat death of the universe. As if we've only 0-0'd ourselves with Leon. That being said, 1 goal conceded in the last 4 games of the season. It's almost like when we don't have immense amounts of fixture congestion and have the old capable player, we're actually able to like win games and be really strong defensively. Just you said that. What did they tweet? Was it a QOL blog? Oh, you done me. At least it wasn't a Willian meme, I suppose, right? A year after the release of FM25. I was going to say, why are we all talking about FM26, chat? 24's not even... 25's not even come out yet. Stop getting so ahead of yourselves. Did they both win? Oh, they actually did win. So we managed to somehow sneak in at Lille's expense, of all people. Which probably does make sense. At least we're going to leave them with Champions League football for next year, so the board aren't going to... Well, the board might well sack me anyway, but that's fine. Board set initial budgets. Let's see. So they did shave off £30 million of transfer budget, but they did actually put us back into a sensible wage budget, which I'm actually now allowed to move over. Do you know what? If we were doing another season, we'd actually have a really nice sort of healthy situation going there. Red Star go relegated in the end. Montpellier survived. Trying to prep all the clauses. Santa Claus sorted, mate. The fact that Montpellier survived there is a travesty. That's... Who? Oh, it was Troyes. In the end, we were the 4th best team in the league and finished 4th, basically. No, I'm not going to resign because I'm going to save the game so people can carry on the save if they want to. And I'll also put up another version which is from before this season. How many trophies? Not as many as I would have liked, honestly, Jamie. Now that I think about it, in 21 seasons, I did not win very much. Is it on job history? So, the Welsh 2nd Division, the Belgian 3rd Division, and the Portuguese 2nd Division. Do you know what? I think that's a pretty illustrious career. I'll put them in the stream chat on Discord. So, you know, one of the greatest managers of all time, frankly. I've never won a top flight title. Outcasts to slightly less than Outcasts. Outcasts to average. Yeah, well, we didn't win anything with Sochaux because, like, once you get promoted out of the 2nd tier, what were we going to be able to win? You're not going to be able to win the league because PSG exists. And we kind of went straight into the latter stages of, like, we got 5th one year, went quite deep in the Europa League, but after that it was Champions League every season, so it was quite tough to really win anything. We did have quite a lot of bad luck in the Coupe de France as well. The one year that we went quite deep was... we knocked PSG out, but then, yeah, it wasn't great. We are one of the managers of all time. But Roy, look at him. He's still a GOAT. Don't ask him to go near a goalkeeper. From another PSG. Them having a lot more points than us. 28 on this occasion. The fact that they rarely go through a season without losing more than one game, basically. They're quite tough to overthrow. Who will be the manager of the next save? So the manager of the next save is going to be Vidazenia. Sven is going to be the manager of the women's team, though, in the save, just for the memes. And I'm sure I'll get someone in as the assistant. But yeah, Vida earned the rules. Yeah, this is the thing. Fulham are the main reason we haven't succeeded in this save. If we'd have stayed at Tenerife, we'd have won the Champions League by now. The next save, it's going to be, Slavia Prague for the beta, and then Wisła Krakow in Poland for the main save. Harv is live. Steiny, that's not a bad shout, actually, yeah. Don't worry, got one from each save. Steiny's probably the most deserving of the bunch. Locked and loaded, right then. Let me save this here. If I haven't put these save files in the Discord by, like, tomorrow, please, like, tag me in Discord and I'll remember to do it. It's just the second that something goes out of my brain, it's just no longer a thing I'll do. Right. Luckily, I can set up a raid like this without actually having to, like, load his page. But I'm going to have to now find him on Twitch. Base will be out. Because people like to say things, Maestro. It genuinely is that. It isn't like, this isn't even me being sassy now. It's just because people like to say things. Basically, after 100 points on that one, Savikin. Just because I've already hit the raid button now. Oh, my camera's now frozen. Good. So, I'm going to send you people over to Half, which is some kind of update. Nothing. There's like, it's just people basically just saying things and making stuff up, pretty much. So, I'll be back on Sunday, unless there's a sudden beta drop or something. But let's assume there isn't going to be a beta drop. I'll see you on Sunday for the Looking Forward stream where we go into the future and have a crazy time all afternoon. So, let me just try and find Half's stream. Because apparently, I ended up on a rage streak that ended up with Hachabi somehow. Right, let's get to Half. And I'll send you guys over there. So, yeah. Enjoy the rest of your day. Thank you for being so wonderful. Thank you for those gifted subs. And thank you for all the support on this save in general. I will see you lovely folks on Sunday where we have a bloody good time coming up. And yeah, let's go annoy Half for the next couple of hours. This is going to be really fun now. Pastor Army! Amazing. I'll see you guys soon. Thank you for being wonderful. Hold your gun. Capybara. Bye-bye. Where's my button?